All right. Hello, we are back with the Forgotten City. We might finish the game today. I'm not quite sure. It depends
Possibly.
on... It is possible. It is possible that we finish the game today. I do hope we do. But unfortunately, it does seem like Lawrence will not be joining us today.
I figured, yeah. When you
I
said
didn't reach out
stream,
to him.
I figured the weekend. That's what he meant.
Right, but he said that. But he said today and tomorrow, which was Friday and Saturday. He didn't say Sunday. But you're
okay.
probably right in that he meant to say the whole weekend. He just forgot that we streamed on Sundays. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he'll show up randomly at some point during the stream. But you know, that's his own prerogative. So
yeah.
Before we get started on the Forgotten City today, at the end of last stream, we went over what our next steps were going to be, and I'm asking you whether or not you remember.
I remember some of them. I know I need to take care of the rumor guy for the architect dude. I know I need to take care of that. That seems like a low tier, doesn't impact ending
When
of
you say
story
rumor
thing.
guy, do you mean rheumatism?
No. I'm talking about the architect guy who... The rumors of who was, like, graffitiing and making threats against him.
Right,
But
okay.
the rheumatism thing also exists, yes. I need to
Okay.
figure that out as well. I think you said the thing that happened with the... I don't know, the girl who
Lydia?
Yeah, the one who disappeared. I think you said that's more of an end game thing?
That it's a big story beat. Because the way that I remembered it in my mind is that you're very close to the end. You have essentially like one really big quest, and then we can move on to like working towards the ending of the game, right?
Yeah. Because I was like, if
has
that
multiple
wasn't a big
steps
thing,
to it, but like that's what I believe.
said
But I believe that there's
thing wasn't
something
a
to
big thing
do
that.
before that. Like I think there was something that we talked about where we were like, we should do this first and then start on that stuff. But I don't remember what it was.
This first, I know it wasn't the bow thing.
Oh, you know who it was? It
actually
was
expressly
there are
still
people
need
that
to
you
the
haven't
end.
talked to yet.
Oh,
You
was
still
there-
haven't talked to Malleolius, and you haven't explored
No,
the.
and I haven't
and you
talked
haven't
to the
explored
barmaid either.
You haven't talked to the barmaid. You haven't explored the slums. So these are things that you should do first. That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking of. So you should do these
True.
things first, and then move on to actual quest stuff.
Do you
But-
remember at what point in like the loop we're in?
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'm still gonna be anxious. I know you're hard on me for it,
I
but you
am.
know what? I'm scaredy cat.
I am.
How dare you? I can look at your face now. I know what your expressions are. Okay,
It's gonna be mostly disappointment.
that's to be expected. But if you give me anything else, I'm gonna be on you. See the eyebrow? How dare you? Okay.
So which one do you want to do first? Do you want to do the tavern lady, or do you want to do Malleolius her first?
Well, let's go around the slum because I believe I'm next to slum. So
You
I can
should be.
go
That sounds
look
about
at it.
right.
Man, the whole cavern system sucks.
It's not great. The cavern
And I-
system's actually particularly interesting because you can find a lot of... You can, like, skip a bunch of info if you...
Oh. Did I just start the loop again? No, this is at the end of this loop.
Oh, right, because we were, like, we were
How do I
saying...
get rid of it?
I don't know, just scroll wheel?
That was terrifying.
Cool, but now you're in photo mode again. I'm remembering now that because I was telling you that there was stuff that you could do, but then you got all worried because you're towards the end of the loop, so we were like, okay, let's just stand here and wait.
There was an interesting question that had like occurred to me after we kind of finished last stream, and that was when it comes to like if we are in Underworld, right? What is the point of the Golden Rule?
I don't know.
And that was an interesting thought, because it's like, well, if you're already dead, why is it? It's interesting that like anything that results in harm or death is seen as like a no-no. Like why is that a thing? Does it have to do with like the soul?
There was
like,
a quote
damaging the soul?
that was graffitied onto the side of the temple up there, if you recall, that said, "How are we supposed to pass the test if we don't even know the rules?"
Yeah.
Right? So I personally think that the golden rule is some form of fucked up divine test that no one knows
How to win?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like if
But that's
I
interesting 'cause it's like-
if I challenge you to a sport but then don't tell you any of the rules, and if you fail I get to turn you into a statue of gold, that's not fair, you know?
But it's like, why even have a test in the underworld?
I don't know.
That's the interesting part. Bro, hurry up! Say you're gonna kill him. I want to get this over with.
Isn't there... I think there's a way that you can... I don't remember.
I want to see the whole sacrificial thing. That's what I'm here for.
Of Sentius running over and sacrificing himself?
Yeah, I never got to see that before.
So you remember how I told you that there's an ending where one of the endings is you create a paradox by killing Sentius?
Yeah.
Now that you have a bow, you could do that.
I could do that. But I mean, there has to be probably something specific for, like, he has to be here for the...
For the ritual. For the ritual, yeah. He just walks up, mumbles a few words, and then turns into a skeleton, right? But I'm saying that if you wanted the special ending, you just shoot him with an arrow.
Yeah.
He dies, and you get your special ending. But the problem with that is that you have to load your previous save, and I don't remember what that was. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Maybe you should walk around a little bit, because it's taking a while.
So, this connects just straight over to there. This is pretty straightforward, that.
Yeah.
That takes you into caves.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I'm assuming that's Hades then talking.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Oh, there he is.
He's a coming. Hello, sir. Oh! That was pretty brutal.
Get in there. All right, well, that's
So
a loop.
close.
So on this loop, you're gonna explore the slums, talk to the tavern keeper, and do Malleolius's thing.
Yeah, remind me. I should probably go. Just to get the money stuff too. Yeah.
I don't know. I think you're fine.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
Sir.
Hey, I'm Cyrus. I need you to take care of some things urgently.
This is new.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Lilia's dying, but Lucretia can't help her without this Siphium. Take some of it and go quickly. I need you to stop Fabia from entering the empty shrine. Tell the new arrival he'll find what he's looking for in the temple.
So this is just to help you like shortcut some stuff?
Exactly. So if you figure out, there's a lot. I'm here to tell you that by the end of the game, this list will be enormous. And you figure out all these things. You tell Galerius, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this. He does all of them for you while you're off doing your own stuff.
But this looks like I'm only giving him. Or
No, you're
I can
gonna do
choose
both,
multiple
Saba.
Okay.
Come on, you know this.
Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Okay.
He's a trusting guy. Yep.
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Ulpius
Yeah,
is
I
about
was
to
about
throw himself
Ulpius.
off the Great Temple balcony. Tell him that Yulia will be him and give him this purse. So don't do that. Yes. Once again, this is me trying to prevent you from like wasting time and money. The previous loop, you'll recall, you paid 2,000 to get both of them out of debt bondage, right? Mm-hmm. That is not sustainable. You can't do that every loop.
Yeah, 'cause that's money.
It will be ridiculous. You'd have to get that 4,000 gold like every single loop in order to make it make sense.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you're gonna have to let Ulpius die on this loop. But I'm
Yeah,
here to tell you
we
on a future
can-
loop, there's something that you can do and you'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Thanks,
I'm fucking
dude.
sick.
You probably do deserve to be mayor, whatever it is called.
Magistrate.
Magistrate. Close enough, okay?
I'm the mayor.
God, now when I see these statues, I get anxiety. I'm just like, ugh. No. Hello? Oh,
A poem by Galerius.
How do I... Yeah, so this I can read.
Yes.
Seven Labors of Hercules.
Oh, it's just a poem of telling how much he
Yeah.
loves Equitia.
That was nice.
In a different day and age, I think Galerius and Equitia
there's a
would be like a power couple. You know what I mean?
Melodies fetch again.
I'm
with
assuming...
incessant labor.
I mean, I could go
The
talk to her
water they
whenever.
have lost.
You could do it right now. She's right there.
Are you talking about her or the barmaid?
Cerberus lifts
Either
his
or.
dribble head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades.
I guess it's just because they're
imitating their
talking.
previous lives,
Yeah.
But they are ignorant.
Oh,
This again. You're in a world
Let
of
the
your
buyer
own.
beware.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward,
it's
but
because I'm new.
the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. You seem so refined, so civilized.
And you're as charming as you are beautiful.
Oh, stop it. No, please go on. Okay, the last one seems very straightforward.
Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person. Because you already learned that she poisons people.
Hello?
Yeah.
Holy
can't
shit,
believe-
Lawrence is here.
Hello.
Hi, Lawrence.
I figured I would join because I wanted to see some Forgotten City.
How
All
are
right,
you
well,
doing, sir?
I'm going to need to get him in on Parsec.
I saw your art made it onto a website. That's cool.
It got featured on a website. Let's go.
What
yeah,
website?
I couldn't actually I wanted to kind of check it out to see what the descriptor thing was, but I couldn't figure it out based off your Snapchat. So I was like, oh, okay.
No, well, I'll send a link in a second, but I don't know. It's a rather small website. I think it just started or just gone live, so not all the features are there.
Okay.
But as far as I know, it's a website that's just wants to share
Like promote artists.
it's just to promote artists and show off some of their work and give an opportunity for people to commission from them,
That's cool.
all centralized in one place.
Very nice. We are currently talking with the barmaid. She's like hitting on us. I'm about to just be like,
Ooh, okay.
nah, fam, I'm not here for this.
Ah,
Oh,
I guess
see.
Saab is not gonna be my
You prefer
wingman.
the company of men. Maybe you should go and make friends with Virgil instead. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore.
I'm just here to ask some
forget that
questions.
ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
Who's Kabash?
Kabash is the Egyptian fellow who was friends with Georgius. If you recall,
That disappeared.
one of the things that Equitia said that you can do is try to find the 4 missing plaques that go
Yes.
on the obelisk. And she said that maybe Kabash knows one of them because the four sides of the obelisk, one of them was clearly Egyptian, and he was an Egyptian guy. So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe he knows something.
Yes. Let me go through the
There's a
basics.
Let it
website
go.
just for the
Nothing's
future.
going to happen between us.
Wow. Okay, that's not what that meant, but
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so
Let's
we
check out
drink.
Lawrence's thing.
Certainly, for 10 denarii. Whatever you like. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know.
Oh, there you are.
So, naturally, I
There
hovered.
I am.
The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
okay. I don't want to ask her that because that'll just lead down a conversation path of being like, "I'll pay you, pay me, I'll tell
All
you."
right. See ya.
Okay. Great.
Dice Tower.
Ice Tower.
I want access.
Hello.
What is that message? Oh.
The only way out is. Thank you
I
for.
love your clothes.
Thank you.
So exhaust. You stay away from my money.
Oh, okay.
So
Money?
this one is
Here?
particularly interesting because if you go into her room, she has a chest. If you don't touch it, because if you stay in this room too long, or if you open the chest, she will come upstairs and tell you to get out. If you don't immediately leave, she fucking punches you and triggers the golden rule.
Yikes.
Damn.
Okay, oh. Theophilus. Wow,
Had an
nice.
orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Oh my god.
Damn.
Hello, Aurelia.
No, I'm leaving.
You
Stop it, there's an upstairs.
cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree.
But I'm here for
you
this.
pass eludes you.
Wait, when were you able to read Latin?
I think I was allowed.
So she couldn't read Latin before going back in time, but then whatever magic that allows her to speak ancient Greek allows her to read it as well.
Ah, okay.
By her, I mean him. Note from
'Cause I
Kabash.
remember-
You should read this.
In which he describes his recurring dream. I can't pronounce that. Told Grace about the dreams I've been having, and she said it might help her divine the meaning of them down. The man by the river was there. Yes, this seems like Charon. Okay.
So you remember how with Equitia's quest, you had to get enough evidence of like, hey, these are patterns between people? This is the replacement for talking to Kabash, where you read this and he talks about waking up by a river and a person named Curdy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I really don't. I really don't like seeing the statues.
that might
I do.
turn around to that chest that was in there. Oh, never mind. It does have a name.
Yeah, and turn
You
around to look at
should
that
check
statue.
stuff out in here, though.
No.
Rufius.
Can you check that statue that's like standing on top of a box? He looks like he's having a
Tom,
great
why do
day.
you keep leaving? Stop. Go back to
What,
that
do you
room.
want me to look at the? Okay.
Yeah, there's stuff in this room. Stuff that's quite important.
Great. This is important.
Oh, that's important.
Nah,
I'm
but
glad-
there
I'm
is
glad that's
something important
important.
on this desk.
Oh, fish. That's the thing that they were praying to.
You got an
I'm
update to a
missing-
quest. Did you see what the update was?
Yes, the Rufius.
Appears to be the
What
person
the-
who's writing
Yeah.
the graffiti on Virgil's wall. Yes.
How did I get to here?
It's not like the buttons change. They're there.
Yeah, but I've forgotten it. Okay, give me a break.
I'm just looking at the camera because it's like, you get me, viewer. You know?
Rufus. Okay,
She's like,
so
what's
let's
the jump
go-
button? I'm like, it's the same button. It's always been the same button.
Exceed
How do I look around?
turns.
It's the analog stick. You know?
Okay, that I hate.
How do I
it.
open
Hate-
up the
I
menu?
hate everything here. I hate everything here.
You didn't even finish exploring the slums.
Mm.
That was a weird noise.
Where are you
Ew.
going? Just go up
How
there.
do you know?
Holy crap,
This is
there's another staircase.
complicated.
Just go up this staircase, explore that, and then ta-da, you're done with the fucking slums. oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I was saying.
whose chest is it?
What? What?
The chest in the room, Saba.
Did I miss it? Oh, this big thing.
Navia, there you go. Key to the chest of the shrine in Apollo.
This doesn't appear to be stealing it.
It is not,
So-
because she locked herself away in the palace. Open the chest in the clinic of the Shrine of Apollo. You now have access to that. There you go.
Money.
Livia has exactly 1 coin, which I believe is the coin that she came in here with.
Ooh. I'm gonna be honest. In my head, I just went steal.
Oh, 45.
I guess she is making bank now that she's the only physician around. Like, people have to be like, you know, hey, I need some help. Look at that little doll. It's a rudimentary doll. I think there's a
Okay.
note on the desk.
Bed.
Maybe not. This is Dooley's room.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I think that's it.
Yeah, you're probably good.
That's done.
If you wanted, you can explain, or you can explore more of the cave system, because there is more in there to explore. But that's your prerogative. Like these statues here, you can go behind them, I think. Can you fit in there? No. Okay, never mind then.
Maybe you can get behind them after they turn.
No.
Well, that's not that. It's only the archers that move around.
Oh,
God, that'd be
wow.
fun. Oh, Saba, you missed the chest.
Is my eyesight working? Oh.
Clearly not. Just gonna look at the
Oh,
camera.
is this the thing?
Yes, it's the same cave. It's the same cave system.
Oh. Now I'm down here.
She's learning.
Oh
She's
my
doing
god,
it.
my brain. How
She's
is
doing
this?
great.
So I went from up to just here. Okay, I kind of mapped that out.
I'm gonna.
I was about to say.
I would love to have like a little GIF of me just like glasses down, looking into the camera and then back. just have that play every time Saba does anything.
Okay, so
It's like,
slum.
Saba
down
says
the
hi, Zach, and I go.
Okay, so Zach, just for mapping purposes, so down these stairs going up, right, slum.
If you go up the
Going-
stairs to your right, that leads
Okay.
up to it should be the outside of the. Yeah. See if you keep
So
going
just
up.
continue up this pathway.
This should lead. I think it's to your right. It leads to where Sentius gets beat up. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so
So just
I
so
was
the
running
main
down
the
here.
main thing is to remember that when you find
could just go
when you
here.
find the set of stone stairs, if you hang a right at the very bottom of the stone stairs, that's how you get to the slums.
okay, so going down the stairs. I keep following the light. I think maybe that's a better. Oh, this is where.
Where that woman locks herself.
Yeah. Fish.
Do not steal.
Imagine breaking the golden rule just because you wanted some bread.
Well, it's actually kind of
Bread.
interesting because if you were to go into Fabia's bakery, you can actually pick up the bread on the table for free. Because Fabia, you know, it's fine. Like, she just makes bread. It's totally fine. That bread...
Oh, this is up here.
True,
Yeah,
you saw
is the
this from the other
swan.
angle before.
Yeah, okay.
That bread that was right there on that table, you'll notice that it was cut up into, like, thin wafers.
Yeah.
Can you think of a reason
that's
why?
That's a religious bread.
It's not food, it's religious, so they don't want you stealing it.
Okay, I gotta talk to whoever his face is about threatening Virgil.
True. Rufius, he's usually along the stone stairs on the outside of Oh, I mean that works too. Yeah, there you go.
Oh wait. If he I knew it.
You there? Now
I
I
got it. I
what?
got it.
You know what? You could do this now.
No. I don't want horror things. I don't.
Oh, isn't that's
Saba,
the
just do it.
super horror
Just
and action
okay. Are you willing?
No, Saba,
better be
you're gonna
liable
do
for
it.
me
It's
doing
not
it.
scary at all.
Uh-huh.
Just
Tell
do
me,
it.
do you have any
It's a
idea
video
how
game.
people
It's not gonna
here
hurt
these
you.
golden statues?
That may
I will,
be true.
I will hurt you more than the video game does. By fucking screaming into your ear.
Come find me, okay? I'll take you out.
Doubtful.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out.
Okay, you want me to do
Supposedly.
this?
Now, of course, that is.
I'm
a
saying
Now.
I'm saying you could, because if you don't do it now, I think you have to loop.
By that Greek fella.
Which I don't know if you necessarily want to wait for another loop, but you can. That's your prerogative.
Transmute organic matter.
Because
in
what,
the
you
dark.
wanted to do the Rufius thing,
Use your
right?
imagination.
Yeah, and
You
then
wanted to do
finding
the Rufius
rheumatism.
thing and then maybe talk to Malleolius. So there's other stuff you could do. I'm just saying you could do this now.
Imagining. And even if we were to split all
That sounds grossly unethical.
You could say that.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule.
In that case, go on.
So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess
You can
Diana?
skip text, don't forget.
I am.
Diana is the one thing, and
Great,
it just
great, great,
Pris-
great.
oh,
great.
No, then you can make no. But in my
Lawrence, do you
now,
want to decide for me
Whether you should do it?
whether or not I should do this now, or like I was in the middle of going to try to talk to Rufius, I think.
You know how you rip a band-aid off real fast?
Oh, okay. So you want me to do it, huh?
I mean,
Ah,
right now while the adrenaline is running.
you
So
higher
you
chance of me
partner,
having a heart attack? Is that what
Higher
you're saying?
chances of you getting through it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
The longer you think about it, the more nervous you'll get.
Is this the same thing as this? Why doesn't this have the tip?
Just being mean to
As he looks up to.
I don't know.
Zach's just not gonna answer me. Rude.
Wonderful. Now,
This
if you'll hand
evil
over your bow,
building.
I can get
I
started.
have a
applying
picture of
layer
it on my
gold leaf.
phone.
This is a
Fantastic.
quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a
I want
moment.
to see a this mole. Look at
And
that,
here we
that
are.
thing.
A gold leaf bow.
So cute.
Should we have saved before this?
That's fine.
You should have auto-saved.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Okay, so it's
May the
saved.
gods not watch over you. I like that.
Oh, it's already. It's like prioritized this.
So if you want, you can take this opportunity to go talk to like Rufius and Malleolius and stuff.
Where is he?
Literally right in front of you. Or is this
Oh.
Horatius? This is
It's
Horatius.
Horatius,
my
yeah.
bad. You have to go to your quest menu. You can swap your quest. You want to do
Okay.
Sinner, I think. Yeah, the Sinner. Here he is.
I figured. I think I was right about him being the one.
Better watch your step.
Are you threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about.
I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
I like this, and then this.
Well, one of them's evidence.
What are you going to do about it?
So what?
Oh, that second one is the thing.
Congratulations, Saba. You discovered it.
I'm gonna hurt you pretty
Why
badly.
would you not
Your
say the first
face
one?
looks funny.
Because this one
looks ridiculous.
maybe gets him to like talk more. I guess the top one's just like, can you stop?
And why should I?
Yeah, he's got a good point. Why should I?
Says that for a man to lie with another man.
Who, like, what background is Rufius again? Did he say?
He's a newfound Roman Catholic,
A threat.
or
to
a Roman Christian.
Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem.
I'm here to tell you.
Seems like your agitation's a bigger threat than Virgil's personal affairs.
The gods of Rome don't care about. Why would they care about Virgil? Well, I guess you could say.
You can probably think of a few good reasons why maybe Rufius has taken personal offense to this.
No, probably. I get it. I'm assuming his response to this would be like.
I don't believe in the Roman gods.
Yeah, like, what if it's not Roman gods? What if it's my gods and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so. You know.
Handsome.
Sexy.
Are you uncomfortable with your feelings towards him? I would recommend that.
You want to recommend that? Okay.
I don't like where you're going with this.
Absolutely.
You'd better take that back before I make you.
His voice is so growly. It must be difficult to be torn between
This
your
feels
faith
like
and
I'm
your
pushing
desire.
his buttons. I don't like the idea of
Not a
pushing his
threat.
buttons.
Do
Not
it.
a threat, though.
It's not a threat.
Fine.
Have no idea what you're talking about.
Unless you want, that's violence.
I think it's best.
Yeah, but he's not saying I'm gonna do it.
Me again.
All right,
No,
you
he's
can no
just
longer
mad.
talk to him for the rest of this loop. But it's funny because he has to face his homosexuality for a second, his burgeoning homosexuality.
Wow.
Okay, is there something with her? Or could I just go do the other thing now?
No, the whispers are telling you the priestess because she's how you gain access to like the end game, and you already did that.
Okay.
So if you want to do the Shrine of Diana, you can right now, or you can go talk to Malleolus, or I can show you a neat little thing that you've missed so far.
I guess you could show me the neat
Okay,
thing.
turn around. Hang a left.
Turn around. Da-na-na-na.
At this landing, take a left. And go left. Nope. Now, when you get down here, go right. You're gonna have to jump. The little coin purse right there. There's a little bit of money, not a lot. But on the wall behind you, there should be graffiti.
Right there. Thank you. Psychopomp?
Do you guys know what a psychopomp is?
Absolutely not.
No.
So, imagine there's a god, right? In theory, if God talks to you, that's the voice of God.
Yeah.
Back when they had multiple gods, you could theoretically have gods talking for other gods, but it would still be effectively the same, right? It would, because it's still a god talking to you. They're just talking on the behalf of a god that is not presently talking to you. That intermediary step is called the psychopomp.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay.
Can you think of a scenario where someone in this game has been talking to you, telling you what to do? Besides me.
The silver statues. Haha.
Oh!
Oh man. Sentius? Probably, or you to the priestess. I think those are the only two who's asked us to do something for them.
Who knows? We'll see. All right. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do Malleolus, or are you gonna do the what'd you calls it?
Shrine.
You can just
Well, I guess
talk
we
to
could talk-
You could talk to
Yeah,
Malleolus.
we could
he's
talk
fine.
to him.
You got the
Excuse me.
key. I believe time slows down when you're doing the Shrine of Diana stuff. So
You guys give me anxiety.
he's over there.
You guys give me bad emotions.
Excuse me 1 sec.
Deeply honored to have been.
He's leaving. Goodbye. I'll talk to him.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well,
Who said what about a green and blue eye?
I'm glad that you don't remember.
Yeah,
Because
no, like they bring it up, and I was just like, I feel like something bad was said about a person with green and a blue eye, but I don't remember what it is.
Why did you not have access to the bathhouse initially?
Because, the cult guy. He's like,
He's not a
the
cultist.
leader
He's calling
of the
you
cult.
cultists, Saba.
No. Well, obviously he's after cult people, so he's like the leader
He's
of the
not
cult.
after cult people.
He's after-
Explicitly.
Oh my God, Zach, you get what I mean. I understand. He's like, Malleolus is the leader who's like, who he was sent out to kill.
He was sent to go find someone called Quintius, who is believed to be the leader of a Christian religious cult. So yes, kind of a cult leader, who the Emperor, Nero, said set fire to Rome. So that big fire that everybody's been talking about, that's this guy.
Ooh. So,
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
you're already practicing.
I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission.
What if I
Wait,
told you?
Don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie.
What if I told you, sir?
That the Golden Rule is definitely
It's
real.
definitely real.
Nonsense. There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
I'm reliving the same day over and over again. The Golden Rule is broken each time. Even if I can't prove it, if I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, then accepting it will make the city a better place. Isn't that a good thing?
If I can't prove it. Yeah. Okay. Do these give the same?
The middle one is the only one that has any like special thing associated with it. It's not actual like content per se. The middle one, you can find a diary left in this city by a Greek, someone who was here before you guys, right? Like a previous generation of golden statues, and he talks about witnessing the statues come to life. Because you remember how Dacius walks up to you and he's like, so what happens when the Golden Rule gets broken, right? How would he know about that? It's because he found that letter.
Okay.
So if you find that letter and bring it to Malleolus, you can be like, here's proof that it exists. And do you want to take a wild guess what Malleolus does?
He's like, you forged it.
Yes, literally. You wrote this. How do I know you didn't write this?
Yeah. So the first and the third one give the same. Then I'm assuming.
More or less. It's unique dialogue, but it's the same idea.
I'm assuming the top one is just like, I don't believe you.
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
Oh, he just... I can already see that me saying the other stuff will be futile. But I'm gonna see
What? Oh, I see what's happening here.
Great.
Another poor, vulnerable...
You don't...
Oh, vulnerable.
But that is simply because you are mistaken.
Let's rest.
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse.
I'm glad he's...
You mean the children's fable, exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants?
Malleolus is a anime character.
You do got the hairdo for it.
He has the
Can I
hairdo
ask-
and the heterochromia.
Is it all right to ask these questions?
Obviously, yes.
Okay.
I would do that one. There you go.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You must find evidence linking Malleolus to Quintius.
That paper that the guy died with.
did pick up, I believe, off the assassin.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person.
Is this how I can threaten him to get cut out of the election?
Too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark
I'm
a
not hurting him
natural-born
physically.
ruler. Nothing more.
I could be like,
Apparently, Quintius also suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
I can't prove
I
it
guess I
yet, but
didn't-
you bet I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
He's surprisingly patient, all things considered.
Yeah.
I guess I could just ask him since you said that it's
Are you insane? You barge into my villa
I'm just
uninvited
asking,
and then
okay?
make outrageous demands?
Demands?
Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
So that middle one is the one that I picked that ends the loop because you are actively threatening him.
yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's fine. The top one should be fine.
Yeah, probably.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule.
You're going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death by gladiatorial combat. Because I know the future.
I know all your secrets.
Do you want to say that? You fucking freak him out.
I mean, shouldn't the top one freak him out too?
No, he'll just call you crazy.
Oh. It's cool.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved
Okay,
somehow.
I'm very,
Technically,
on the
Sentius
line.
is involved.
Enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
Okay, so hold on before you leave. Pause real quick. So he's kicked you out. You can no longer talk to Malleolus, right?
Yeah.
That means that to finish off like that quest that you were pursuing there, you're gonna have to wait till the next loop. But
That's fine.
I'm gonna help you out a little bit here because once again, I really want to finish
Time.
this today.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Horatius gave you that census at the beginning of the game? It had a big long list of names.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless I'm completely wrong, I believe there is only one person left in the city that you have not talked to yet.
I have not talked to the lady who's locked herself up, unless she's dead.
Correction, there are two people you have not talked to yet. I want you to think really hard about it, because I can't necessarily give you the answer, but if you and Lawrence can think of the one character that you haven't talked to yet,
The girl who disappeared.
she's not.
yeah.
She doesn't really count.
Okay.
She's kind of like Kabash, where it's like that's like a different thing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
There is a person who is available in this city that you simply have not found or talked to yet. If you want to do the, should be like census, yeah, citizen register. Reading
So
mode
not
is
her-
reading mode is
Claudia.
triangle.
The wife.
Well, she found it already.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Now, where you don't quite
Upstairs.
remember. Oh, there you
There's
go.
a room.
There
Yeah.
you go. Okay, so you do
He just
remember.
doesn't want me to talk to him anymore, right?
Yes, he can't actively throw you out because Sentius gave you permission to walk into any building you want, and having Demedius physically throw you out would break the golden rule, so he's not allowed to do it.
Ah, here's the stairs.
Now, my only piece of advice, be careful when talking to Claudia because she is a bitch.
Yikes.
Damn.
Have any of you had more interactions with those type of people?
A bitch? What are you talking about?
What type of people are you talking about?
The descriptor that has been
A bitch?
yeah.
Hello,
Have you dealt
Claudia.
with them?
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Sorry, I just heard.
I know. Where do you keep your valuables?
Oh my gosh.
Can we talk?
What business could you possibly have with me?
I'm gonna let Saba figure this out.
Girl, tell us the deets.
Her eyebrow.
Why are you locked in this room? I thought the door said unlock.
Yes, because you have
Unlock.
the key to the manor, so
Okay.
you unlock
no,
the door.
Yeah, okay, so it was locked. Okay.
She was actively locked in this room and could not leave of her own accord.
My marital affairs are no concern of yours.
Okay, if it's a
Thank you
marital
very
thing, then
much.
that's fine.
Would you like some help getting back at Malleolus?
Does she want to get back at him?
I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Okay, she's gonna threaten me with violence soon, huh? Lawrence, what's your opinion?
My opinion on what? They're just conversation topics.
I know, but
not
she's
gonna-
gonna threaten me.
He's not gonna shoot you in the head for asking you if you want to get back at Malleolus.
Or she could say
That's-
hearsay and I'll have you thrown out.
Has that happened in the game?
They could. I've just avoided it.
This is why I get a little annoyed. Because Saba's a little too overcautious.
Yeah, well, what do
really
you want
good.
from me? That's
She's
how I
really
am.
like if this was real life and I had to pick one person to be trapped in the Forgotten City with, I would probably pick Saba because she would be so cautious I wouldn't even see her ever. Like there would be no chance of
I would just
the
be-
golden rule being broken.
Oh god. I mean,
just pick
okay.
the top one. Just do it.
Okay.
My God,
An intriguing
we're fine.
proposition.
I called her a bitch
Go
for a
on.
reason.
Perhaps you're not as silly as
Excuse me,
those
Zach?
clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Yes.
You just called Saba a bitch?
No, fucking Claudia.
Oh.
Ooh.
You know,
What the fuck, Lawrence?
Thing you're looking
You
Sometime
you were
ago,
I thought you were
when
still
you
talking to
still cared
Saba
for
and you finished off the conversation with that's why I call you a bitch, so of
No,
course
I
was
said
like,
I called
what the
her a
fuck?
bitch for a reason.
Now,
Because I was
Addressing
trying to
one-
see
You said
the
I call
idea
you a
that
bitch for a
Claudia and
reason.
Malleolus fucking hate each other.
but in this case,
Oh, I thought you just meant she like is like that to everyone though.
She is,
Which
but
is-
they also
she
hate
is,
each
but-
I
other.
confronted him about it, and he stammered.
Could you
through
imagine
something.
how annoying it would be to marry somebody
I
with
let it
two
go,
different colored
eventually,
eyes?
and yet
Ugh.
Oh wow.
in the back of my mind ever since. But
You know who is a bitch,
wait a
though?
minute.
This
Why
Lawrence character.
exactly are you helping me?
Missed all of
I don't-
Pikmin
I
this
don't-
weekend.
Yep.
I hope
the
you had a
rest,
good weekend, though, Lawrence.
It was a fine
I
weekend.
want to force him. I don't think this is good because once again, this is also not. I don't want to.
To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate, you must think me quite mad.
Okay.
Cool,
I've heard
you
enough.
failed.
Get out.
You
of
should have
Well-
chose the middle one because once again, she hates her husband and wants to cheat on him.
Robbed.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's a loop.
Well, it's okay. That's fine. I'll do everything. Well, see, that's the thing. You have like the duality of like that type of person being like, one, either they like being flattered, or it's the complete opposite, and it's like, how dare you try to like mess with me, you know?
I guess you're doing the Shrine of Diana now.
Yeah. Well, look, I got the deets. I understand what I need to do next time around. Okay.
So next loop, go to Claudia first, and then talk to Malleolus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can go talk to what's his face, Rufius as well. And I don't inherently actually know the direction I need to go with him, because you were just like, make him confront his own thoughts.
Make him
like,
confront
okay.
his own homosexuality. Just do the Shrine of Diana. You're fine.
Yeah, I wanted to.
The gilding, yeah.
So I'm probably gonna have to mute myself intermittently because I will have to help my dad make some food in a minute.
Do you remember what Dacius told you to do in this scenario?
Darkness.
You need to turn off the braziers first. Braziers, sorry.
What's with the fly noise?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it gonna tell me what to do next, or is it just like you did it?
Swap out the fake bow for the real one that's in the statue's hand.
Am I missing? Am I stupid? It's a bit too dark for me. How close do I have to get?
There you go.
Ooh.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
I'm not gonna give it to you.
Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
Nope.
Log it first.
And yet you did. And now, here we are.
I can put the
out
bow
here,
back.
And you in there. Until you give me my bow.
How is this not against the golden rule?
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
Oh, that bottom one is a thing. I can't do that.
I'm glad you're picking up on it.
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid.
No, he's gonna keep me locked in here.
Now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork.
That's what I was thinking. Give him the fake one.
I'm glad.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
All right, shoot the nest.
I shoot the nest?
Mm-hmm.
With what thing? What's the button?
Shooting fast. Oh.
All right, quick, get down there. All right. So there is a special achievement where after you shoot the nest, if you just hang out, they'll sting you 27 times and you'll die.
Oof.
All right. So real quick before you continue, you can pause because we technically have a time limit. This is it. This is the thing that you were worried about, Saba. Just make sure that you go slow. Make sure that you're looking at everything. Like, you don't necessarily need to look at every single nook and cranny, but make sure you pay attention to what's happening. And if you do that, you'll be totally fine. You'll recall that the perk, essentially, that you chose at the beginning of the game was extra health. So, you'll be totally fine. Just, literally the worst thing you could do is if you panic and stop moving. You understand?
I'm already... Can I put the bow away at least?
You're definitely gonna need the bow, obviously.
Okay.
I was gonna say, you want to put the bow away?
You want to put away a magic bow that turns things into solid gold when you shoot them?
No, don't say that to me.
What a foolish thing to insinuate.
There's going to be skeletons coming after me. So you said slow?
Yep, go slow. So if you look at the ground beneath you, that's algae. Draw your thing back. Like draw your bow. Yep, shoot. If you see those golden butterflies fluttering around something, that means you can shoot it to turn it into gold.
Can I go across now?
Well, you could have gone across previously, but yeah, you should be fine. I think you need a jump. Yeah, there you go. It just gives you enough platform to stand up here now.
Oh, there's
Right.
two ways.
If you turn to your right,
Yeah, that.
yeah, just take a peek at that real quick.
There's just a light?
Okay.
Am I
a
missing
note.
something?
There's a note behind you.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally...
The audio will keep playing even when you're not looking at it, so you can just pick it up and then go.
I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start
Excuse me.
at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper
Look at the jar
haunted
next
me.
to you.
Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul.
Oh god, no.
That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human
Oh, it's loading.
beings. It was that day, my love, that
It's
my
lagging.
heart
The lag.
broke.
Yeah.
So, in case it's not perfectly obvious,
Yeah.
welcome to the palace.
Oh.
Oh.
The woman who was just talking about Galatea, that was Navia, the lady who
Yeah.
locked herself in the palace. In fact, that right there, to your right slightly, the door.
Yeah, that's the
That's-
front door.
Exactly. So, all right. Look at that! Look at that! A chest.
Where? It's like pride of myself. Am I blind? Oh. Zach, I'm not good at first person. I'm not good at first person, Zach. Why do you do this to me? Oh god.
What the
Shoot
heck?
it, Saba. Shoot it again.
What the heck?
All right, so
Can I
real
kick
quick, don't kick it just quite yet. We're gonna look at this thing. You should pause. That's the scary thing. It's these things. These are statues, obviously. If you hit them in the head, they die in one shot. If you hit them in the torso, you need to hit them twice. However, the hit stun, like if you hit them in the torso or the arm or the leg or whatever, if you hit them in anything that's not the head, they will be stunned for about twice as long as it takes for you to draw back your arrow again. So if you
Okay.
hit them in the torso, just immediately draw your arrow back and just shoot them again. You'll be totally fine.
Okay.
Now, if you want to do something kind of funny, let's back out of this menu, and I'll kick them.
Yikes.
If you somehow encounter multiple of those guys at once, you can kick a dead one into the rest, and it'll kill them, as if you got a headshot. So just keep that in mind.
Yo.
There you go. You're all set.
I like how they don't even hurt you even if they get to you.
Well, because they have to get to you first and then swing.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Oh snap.
Hold on.
Good shot.
Oh god. I saw him move and I was like, no thanks, fam.
So while Saba's making her way through this, there will be more like quote unquote audio logs as we go through this, but I really like this section because it's by far the most. Stop. There's a vase behind you to the right and a chest to your left.
There's a
I said to the right and you turned left. It's right there. Oop, to your left slightly. There you go. Vase with
a
arrows.
vase.
Yes. And then if there's a chest back. Oop, right there. Oop, stop. Turn right slightly. Look up.
Left side of the door.
Oh, that's a pouch.
Well, that's a coin pouch, sure, but that's not what I was talking about.
Left of the door.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was trying to get her to stop so I could give her directions, and she was spinning around like
can't
spooky.
take turn 15 degrees left. No. 5 degrees right. No. 2 degrees left. It's like, no, just relate to the other objects in the room, please.
Okay, then you give directions.
I don't know where the fucking chest and arrows are.
Did I trigger something?
I'll
that the
call it out
golden
when I see
rule?
it, which is less likely.
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh.
So Saba, either intentionally or unintentionally, discovered a really nice trick with defeating these statues, is that if they're standing in algae, you can shoot the algae, and it will also coat all the skeletons in the algae with gold as well. You don't really have to worry about that. Now,
So
did you see who that was?
That was Nevia, probably.
I mean, considering that the subtitle said Navia, yes. That was her. There you go.
Where, lady? I don't know what down there means. I can't get over here. Through the door?
How is that down there?
Down.
Excuse me.
Where is down? Ah,
The chest.
where?
There you go. Shoot the algae, quickly. One more. Yeah. There you go. And you're fine. Not exactly the best idea, but sure.
I don't know. I think I did good.
Yeah, you got him already.
Can I jump up there?
Nope.
Oh god.
Oh,
I
there
guess
is
there's
a little,
nothing
there's a little
there.
bundle of arrows up there. Can you see it? There's like a little quiver. Oh my god, you can
Just
make it.
grab it.
It's not useful, but you can.
Well. Come on.
Excellent shot, Saba. Remember what I said about kicking?
Yeah, except he got in front.
We'll get that guy. There you go.
So they're just dead
If you kick a peeled statue into another peeled statue, it dies.
Okay. Should I go get that?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Oh, that's just a regular statue, dude. Money.
This is definitely the most like video game section of Forgotten City. There's platforming, there's some light combat.
I'm not good with first person stuff. This proves it. Attack. I'm supposed to do good. Okay. This is already gold, I think.
So did you see what that was?
It was a vase.
So if you see a green vase, you can shoot it, knock it over, walk over to it, whatever. If it falls, it will create a pulse of sound that attracts the peeled statues to it.
Okay. Who's?
Excellent job. Actually, I don't think you hit the algae. You're hitting the tree in front of you, I think. Yeah, you're hitting the leaves. You have to move. You have to move to your left, I think. Just move to your left slightly. Can you not move to your left?
No, the thing is, look, I'm actually shooting him. So, like, clearly it is going through.
Right, but then the shooting the algae should have turned all of them into gold already. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Help us.
I just heard one of the voice lines go, "Help us."
Wait.
Hey, good thinking.
I think I got all of them.
I have no idea. Probably not. There was a lot. Maybe you already turned it to gold? Oh, look, and there was a green vase in the center that you could have used to attract them all into the algae. Oh, well, you're fine. You did it. You did a good job.
Oh, this was the thing. Oh, frick, don't do that to me. Chest. Seems to be about all of them.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible
The door on your
truth about
right.
the golden statue,
With the blood stain going to it.
as if in a nightmare. What must
You're
life
doing
be
great
like
so
for
far,
the
Savage. Keep it up.
souls entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow. Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any
So real
sane
quick, before
mind
you
to
move forward,
comprehend.
you see that curtain to your
To
left?
offer them what small mercies I
That
could.
green.
I began
But you know
to
how the other
doubt
one's gold and has an arrow in it?
Yeah.
So shoot the green one.
Oh.
All right, now look down the hallway.
Names and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I
Does that
learned
block
to
them?
It
as the
does.
others became more
So now if you go
concerned by my
forward,
charity, I
previously
sought
they would just push through the curtain and get you,
preferring
but
the
now they can't get through.
tormented charges.
So you can totally shoot them if you want through the little gap.
I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with the beautiful statue,
Nice.
and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered
Do I
that
need to
his
do this?
beloved
Probably.
Galatea had come to life. It was
Does it make me feel better? Yes.
It is a good idea to take care of all of the bad guys.
Forgive me. I know that
Well,
is
not that they're really even bad, but
just
we'll
what I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw
I can't
most
even-
exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever
I think that
frozen
was all of them in
in
there.
a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that
What
I
did I
might
just
hear
do?
you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
So I think I missed a couple of stuff here
In
with
what way?
her, with her speaking.
Sure. I'd be more than happy to recap the basics.
Yes. So she was like, I saw the statues are living in their own hell, and she's like,
So step
What
one
did you do again?
was that Navia, you can climb the vines on the wall. Yeah, you could transfer from pole to pole and stuff. Just keep going. Yeah. So she arrived, right? And she saw the golden statues and she heard the statues talking to her, right? You're actually like 50% of the way done, by the way. Just kick him, just kick him, just kick him, just kick him. Kick him one more time into that guy.
I can't.
You can't kick that guy no more.
Sir, 6 feet apart, please.
Nah.
6 feet distance.
I don't think he really gives a shit about COVID. Keep an
I
eye out
do?
for vases and stuff. You'll notice that you're burning through arrows really quickly. There you go, a little bit of money. So, you know how you got the 4,000 gold from doing that crazy, like, juking
Yeah.
around the archer thing?
Yeah.
Normally, that the way that it's supposed to work is that, you do this, there's about 3,000 gold in this palace, like, for you to pick up in one loop. And then after that, you're able to, like, you know, you could buy the cure
Look at
for
that.
the poison, and you can do this and you can do that. But you didn't have to do that. So you're all set.
I do not need to go down here.
I don't know, I don't think so.
There's just a coin purse.
I mean, you could just shoot the grass that's right next to you, the vines.
I could, or I could shoot the ground.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
It's in the
No. Oh, it was so
I don't
God, if
see
if I
any-
had designed this area, I absolutely would have put like a hidden skeleton like underneath that little ledge. It would never aggro.
That's not a thing.
Oh, it's thundering outside.
That doesn't make me feel any better. No. Okay.
Damn, baby, look at that statue. See, you're doing good.
Beautiful.
Back up to 40.
I can't go that way, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
The palace is pretty linear.
Did I miss anything? Sometimes I feel like my eyes aren't working well anymore.
There's no evidence of that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Zach wanting to be like, Sabo's blind.
I never said that. Don't. All right, well.
Well, there's a second. Is it the entire thing that it was just done?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. Well, let's,
We're still in the action segment?
It's a big segment.
Yeah, I don't think it was this big.
Kick.
I thought it was gonna be a short one.
Kick.
I'm going.
Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that female statue that's still standing up for a second. Look at her face. Does her head make sense?
I think so. I think it's just a
Looking a
bob
little
cut.
odd.
Blah. Oh.
Don't do this to me, okay? I don't appreciate.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Coin purse.
Let me know if you see whatchamacallit. A vase.
And there's a coin purse and a journal on the table.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold.
Oh my
that
god.
encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of
Are you
gold,
kidding me?
which is so rigid it must be some kind of
I don't see you kick them while they're still moving.
You just
Come
stun
here.
them.
Come here.
This golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath
Coin purse.
and appeared to cause her great
At the
pain.
base of the woman's feet to your
First,
right.
I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she
Oh,
was
okay.
clearly not
I'm
a
assuming we're
suitable
good here,
subject
then,
for
Zach,
my
since nothing's
And
hearing.
I was
Probably.
forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of
But the
palace
music.
and bar the door.
I know, it's not helping me.
As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results.
Stop,
and after
Zach,
being
you're not
imprisoned in
helping me.
palace, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much
I
as
can't
my
shoot
heart
that.
aches
I'm
to
Nah.
think that you're suffering, I I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both
Good
mind
shot.
and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
So she's
Running a little
We
experiment.
can summarize Navia's whole thing after you're done with the palace.
I'm assuming she's gone a bit mad, so I'm gonna have to end up shooting her.
I don't know. You
I
think
guess-
all this blood is an indication that maybe she's not really in it fully anymore? This is a lot
think
of
she's
blood.
fine.
Like a lot of blood.
I think she's fine. No, it's just red paint. She's been painting.
It's a
and then
lot of blood, dude.
Don't do that to me. Stop
a lot
it.
of paint.
Actually, the reason why they turn their heads while you're still like facing them now is because the FOV is a little too high.
Close it.
Yep, right there.
Hello.
Yep.
Shoot it?
Nope, just go up to it.
Ew.
You can talk? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Oh,
All right, good luck navigating this.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Be careful.
Oh no.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
Saba?
Saba.
This has nothing to do with me, doesn't mean anything, because I'm already here and I've already done too much.
Sure,
Well-
but do you honestly think that drawing your bow is the right idea?
Liar. I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone.
Oh,
I just wanted to do
This
my
is not okay,
experiments in
okay.
peace.
Like, no, I'm only
Uh-uh.
here because of
Now look at
whatever.
her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her.
Oh, I can hear
She's
her.
in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering
Ah.
to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
I'm a good-looking person.
I'm a
think I
good-looking
have-
person.
I'd like to think so, yeah.
It's not just this statue that's whispering to me. A lot of them do it, but it's always the same voice.
I don't think the bottom one makes any sense, right? Because it's like, we're trying to convince her of something, right? So just calling her crazy will probably just like push her off the edge.
Possibly.
Does that sound logic to you, Lawrence?
That's that sounds like insane logic considering that we're talking about craziness. But yeah,
But yeah.
You make sense.
Okay.
What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing.
Oh, we
You're
had you
trying
for
to
a
steal
second.
her away from me.
No, why would I steal her?
Are you planning to wait until I've done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
No, I swear.
Yeah, that seems better than that's crazy talk.
Crazy talk.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
Once again, the bottom one doesn't.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Yeah, lady.
I had never had any
planning on
intention of
killing
hurting
you,
you.
but now that I see you,
For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this, and in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden
Oh, I
rule
could help.
and let it run its course.
I could, if you want me to turn them back to gold.
Golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
even for rheumatism.
What? Okay, so we're bargaining with the
So
for the
you are doing this in an order that I did not. You recall that after you saved the poison lady's life, you went back to talk to fucking Lucretia, and she was like, "Ooh, I have this other patient who has rheumatism, and I would love to help him, but I really need Navia to do it because I don't know." Now, I did the palace before going back to talk to Lucretia. I never, like, I did it in the opposite direction. That top option should be safe.
Okay.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in a golden kid.
What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you
The rheumatism
need to
out the window. We already did it.
know.
We
If
asked
you're
her.
lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Sorry, I
Don't
need to
shoot her, shoot the statue. I almost made the mistake. And there you go.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go.
Goodbye,
And
Navia.
never return.
Okay, she's gone a bit
All right.
insane.
Do you wanna pause for a quick second
Yeah.
so we can go over that crazy story? So, obviously you were doing some kind of intense segments. By the way, you're done. Congratulations.
God bless. Thank you.
And Lawrence was also gone for a little bit, so I'll summarize it as best as I can. Navia was like you. When she first arrived, she would hear the statues whispering to her, and she just so happened, this was before the palace was locked, you'll recall. So she made a habit of wandering the palace because she thought it was a very pretty place, which, as you can see, it is. And she just so happened to find a statue of the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and she instantly fell in love. Classic Greek myth style, you know?
Yeah.
But the statue was whispering to her, very similarly to how the statues are whispering to you. So she thought that the woman inside was still alive. And her, Navia, being a doctor, was like, I'm going to try everything I can to get you out of there. Her first assumption, which is pretty reasonable, was that it was just a layer of gold on top of a living person. So she experimented on that individual that she talked about, not Galatea, but a different individual, tried to like peel off the layer of gold, but found that the deeper she went, the deeper the gold went, and eventually discovered that their entire body was solid gold. So by removing the layer of skin, she exposed their bone, sinew, and muscle, which caused them fucking horrible pain, which turned every single peeled statue into a horrible monster because they're in so much pain they just want to die.
So, okay, but like their whole body's gold, right? So like their muscles and bones are gold too.
Yes.
But they still kind of react similarly if they were like real, so like peeling off skin still hurt for them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea is that she talks about it briefly, but the layer of gold that would be their skin / muscle is a little thicker than you would normally expect a person to have. And that's the quote unquote layer of gold that's on top. But her objective was eventually, by peeling statue after statue, she would get enough practice at this absolutely crazy procedure where she would be able to peel off enough skin so that way Galatea would be able to move again, but not enough skin that she would be in constant pain. Die. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But before she even remotely approached that, she went crazy and stopped really paying attention to getting better, and essentially just did the same procedure over and over, hoping that she would eventually get lucky on a random person, and then would just repeat that exact same process on Galatea. She essentially stopped doing research and just tried stuff willy-nilly. That's why there were all those peeled statues all over the place, because that's what Navia has been doing for a little over a month. She's been doing this just constantly.
And they just don't attack her?
No, they do attack her. She specifically said that. The reason why she is up here on the balcony level with a bunch of locked doors and stuff is because she's trying to keep the peeled statues out while also protecting Galatea. Okay. Now, fast forward to now, when she saw you in the courtyard from the balcony, she, because she's crazy, assumed that you were some sort of thief or like a rival lover or something like that, and was going to steal Galatea away from her. So despite the fact that she didn't actually know how to do the procedure, she was like, fuck, I gotta do it now. And that's why when you look at Galatea's body on the stretching rack or whatever, most of her skin is off except for like the flesh from the bridge of her nose up. So kind of fucked. But hey, you took away her pain, and that's great. Congratulations, you did it.
Okay, how do I get out?
I believe it's the door that you were just looking at. Yeah. No, that's where you came from. My bad.
Yeah, that's where I came.
So beyond Galatea. There you go. Oh, where Navia is standing even.
I'm assuming since they put the bow away, I don't need it.
Yeah, you're fine.
Loading.
So yeah, I thought that segment was pretty cool because man, how fucked up it is to... Not only is it fucked up what Navia did, but also just like falling in love with somebody only to have... only to like peel off their skin, and it's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Do you know where the Apollo statue is?
Tragic.
The Apollo temple is to your left. You are literally No. What?
Oh, right? Just this, the box. Yeah.
Yes. The box!
Just like Apollo and Diana.
So what she's talking about is the back left of the room. I guess that would be the back. Sorry. When I say back left, I meant from... So to the right of this door. It's on the inside, Sava.
To the right of this door.
Now on the left. You're going to walk through and it's going to be on your left. There you go. Now you can give that to Lucretia. Congratulations.
A golden bow.
So they just see me with a golden bow and they're like, okay, cool.
True.
You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Navia?
Crazy.
But she wants to be left alone.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right
So that's
here.
why
Could you
Rufius
do
has
me a
been
favor and
kind
give
of an
him some
irritable
this?
bastard
He'll
this whole
just need
time,
to swallow
is
a
because he's
bunch of it. I'm
suffering
hoping it
from
will avert
acute
disaster.
rheumatism.
Rufius.
Thank
Where's
you.
the Rufius?
I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
If you want to
Oh,
find
I
him,
can't talk to him, right?
that's a good point, actually. Yeah. So you're gonna have to. So you're gonna have to loop.
Thanks again for
After
saving
you loop,
Julia's
you're gonna
life.
have to
Apollo smiles
do
upon
the
you.
Malleolus and the Rufius thing. That's true. But that being said, congratulations, Saba. You did the palace. That's like the second largest like segment, quote unquote, of the game.
And a scary segment.
True.
Yeah.
Was it
I
supposedly?
got jump scared, I think, once, and that was from the statue's head turning. And to look at me when I was really close to
Are
it.
you telling me that it wasn't that bad and you were overreacting a little bit?
No, my heart rate is still going.
You're telling me you're overreacting?
I need you to be more
It's
conscious
not
of
the
my feelings,
overreacting.
Zach.
It's just. It's not the overreacting. It's just. It turned out to be fine.
I was panicking. Little do you guys know.
So what do you want to? So what do you want to do until the next loop? Because I'll remind you that if you want to terminate a loop early, you can talk to Equitia and have her start the election, just whenever.
Is there anything else? No, I can't do that.
I mean, you could try to talk to Rufius, I guess. Now that I think about it, there's no harm in trying.
Rufi's like, shut up, don't talk to him. I'm like,
Punches you in the head.
rheumatism.
You have not broken the golden rule yet, right? So far this playthrough?
It hasn't been me.
It has never been you yet. Okay. Because I was going to say, you could also trigger a loop by shooting somebody with the arrow, but...
I don't like this. This is like my least favorite place to get out
F.
of.
Or rather, sorry, I don't know what it is on
Eh?
controller, but you have a flashlight. That's a bow. Wow, the bow is so reflective, it lights up. Wait, put your fucking flashlight away for a second. Now take out your bow. Look, it's
Oh,
so
sorry, the bow-
it
bow
lights up the
shines.
area. Oh, you know what you can do? Go back to where Demetius, the gladiator guy who's like doing push-ups. Go back to where he is and go into the lower cistern.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Just like Diana's.
I like how everyone's just like, yeah, Bo.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
I wasn't, but now I am.
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything around
Hannibal?
here?
I can actually see his eyes
there was
now.
this guy called
You can,
Hannibal,
it's
right?
true.
Funny
To fill you in,
You should go down
Lawrence,
into the cisterns
I
looking
don't
for
think...
drink.
Were you here last week when we
One
met
day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells
Dooley,
me
the guy who's
cisterns
locked in
are
prison?
Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course,
Dooley,
nobody believed him, because who
name's
trusts
not
him?
Based on the
familiar.
fact that you don't recognize him, I'm going to assume not. So they have a makeshift prison cell in what would be a stable if they had any horses. And Dooley is mentally challenged. Because of that, Dooley had a person, like a caretaker named Hannibal, who would keep Dooley around, make sure he was eating, make sure he was staying out of trouble. Hannibal was, he lived in the slums and he made his money by going into the lesser explored parts of the city and finding like trinkets and gold and stuff like that, right? Stuff that people hadn't claimed, so it wasn't stealing. And he would often take Dooley with him. At one point, he told Dooley
did
to
you do
stay
that?
behind and he
what
goes
did you-
into the lower cistern and never comes back. Because of this, because Dooley no longer had a handler, Sentius was worried that Dooley would steal something without realizing what stealing is, because he doesn't have that concept, and locked him away. So Dooley is locked in prison presently, and Hannibal was his caretaker, his former caretaker.
So he just said a creature like a corpse was eating Hannibal. Would that have broken the golden rule?
Would it?
I
You
guess I
just
can
got
ask.
attacked by a bunch of weird looking monsters and it didn't break the golden rule.
True. That's if we're assuming this thing is one of the flesh skeleton people.
Well, I'll just do it. You're fine.
If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix, or some Versipalus that feeds on human flesh.
The Strix, I know that from Witcher.
Wow.
Well, any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Well, it's your funeral.
Okay, is there another flesh? Should I take out my bow?
Maybe. But feel free to go down there. You should be totally fine to do this. There was a period of time relatively early in the game where you wanted to walk down here to explore it, and this is the reason why I was like, maybe not. Because I don't think, because I was legitimately, I was afraid that this moment, seeing this like skeleton monster running at you, I was afraid that this would scare you too much and you wouldn't want to play the game anymore. Because prior to, this is the lower cistern, by the way. It's the only one.
Was this guy?
Yeah, it's the only one. Well, okay. I think there's one like in the back, but you'll see him before he sees you. If he's around, if it's the one I'm thinking of. But anyway, because prior to getting the golden bow, or the bow in general, the only thing you can do against these things is kick them. And so it's like, you just keep kicking the guy over and over and over again until he like falls into the water. Turn around, go back to that hole that you were just looking at, that tunnel.
Ooh.
So, do you recognize this at all?
We saw this from the other place.
So that's how that creature got into the lower cistern. Was that there was a hole underneath the palace, like tunnels underneath the palace, and it made its way all the way over here.
Dang.
And then you killed it.
You monster.
Lawrence, please. Calling me a monster, that hurts my feelings.
That hurts my feelings.
Man, the upper body strength to keep that bow drawn while you're walking.
I was crouched.
Oh,
I also want to reiterate that not only is that an enormous amount of upper body strength.
That's just a dead person.
Yeah, but there's a coin purse. Not only is it an enormous amount of upper arm strength, but you also have.
Oh, I could take this.
Ooh. Cool. Actually, I didn't see that when I did this. Awesome. Even if you're playing as a female character, you still get to do this. So I imagine she looks like normal, but then when she goes to pull back the bow, her fucking delts and biceps just
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna hold this for 1,000 years.
Yeah. It's like that anime trope of the old man who's actually super buff, but instead of an old man, it's the woman.
You can stand on that to get up to that hole, I think.
Oh.
God, that'd be so good if you dunked your head under the water and it was just like 1,000 like angry fish.
Yeah.
What's happening? Why is
1,000 angry statues.
You're bad at navigating. You can do it. I believe in you.
You know what would have been even worse, Zach?
What?
If you fell into the water and there was just freaking skeleton people.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, like skeleton fish. Like it was fucking Mario game. Hey, an old chest with like 700 or something.
Okay, so there doesn't appear to be a second guy.
Good.
Was this it? Then?
There is something in the lower cistern that you can find. I think it should be, so to your left, there's like lights.
This is the front.
Ah, right here.
Did I miss this? Is this guy already dead?
Yes, you already killed this guy.
Once again, the water scares me. Eat.
So, I would actually probably recommend...
Not doing this?
You can. It does some fucked up stuff, though, I think.
I don't know what that means.
It's what, like, one of the things, and we've encountered it multiple times throughout this game, there are certain discoveries that if you make in a certain order, that just completely blow the story wide open, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So I would actually recommend not doing this just quite yet. If anything, I would recommend at this point trying to go reset the loop, so that way you can have enough time to do the Malleolus and the Rufius stuff.
How do I get out?
When you say it's gonna blow the whole story wide open, does it mean it's gonna solve everything?
No. So remember how, like last week, I was talking about how Outer Wilds is like the essence of discovery. Like that's what the game is made out of. This game is the essence of revelation, where they drop little hints about story beats like the entire game, and then they reveal to you, oh, that's what those story beats meant the whole time. And you go, whoa, I never knew. And the thing is that if you discover the revelation before the story beats, some of them aren't necessarily as interesting. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So, surprise, surprise, there are mysteries in this game, you know? So,
So it was that. I'm assuming that led to the Upper Cistern.
Correct. And you remember how you're normally supposed to get there?
Yeah. The key Dooley.
The key that Dooley has. So Lawrence, I want you to follow along with this logic, right? Mm-hmm. So, you need to get into the Upper Cistern for one reason or another, right? The door into the Upper Cistern is locked. The person who has the key is Dooley, because Hannibal gave it to him before he went into the Lower Cistern and got eaten by a monster, right? Dooley is presently locked in prison.
Yep.
Sentius doesn't want to let him out. Malleolus, if he gets elected as magistrate, will also not let him out because he's an asshole. So the only option is to have Galerius elected magistrate instead.
Oh.
I think he deserves it. He's pretty.
I absolutely agree. He's a much better leader than either of the other two, purely through the fact that he's a good person, whereas the other two are kind of eh. Now, with that being said, if you were to go around and ask everybody, because you remember how you had the option, Saba, of going around and asking people, who are you going to vote for in the election?
Yeah.
You now have the option of saying, hey, would you consider Galerius? Literally everybody will laugh at you and tell you, fuck no.
Oh, wow.
So,
dude,
we need to save Dooley. We need to get the key and we need to save Dooley. So we got to figure that out.
Well, that'll happen via him, us getting Malleolus to withdraw because we know who he is.
Right, but if you get Malleolus to withdraw and it's Galerius versus Sentius, people are just going to vote for Sentius.
Probably, if you told me, since you just told me that everyone laughed at the thought to begin with. Is there anything I could do to try to figure that out here, or should I just reset the loop?
You should reset the loop, do the Malleolus and Rufius thing, and then we can talk, I think.
Okay, so
You're making great time, by the way. I was afraid that the palace was going to take you like an hour, and it took you like 30 minutes.
A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you.
God, I love Equitia. She's such a nice person.
Is there anything new? Or is it just...
No, this is asking... Yeah, this is just in case you need more to be refreshed on how to beat the game.
If that, we don't have much to go on. Except
Man, it is such a bummer to just like dump this on like someone immediately when like last time, you know, you had a little bit of whatchamacallit,
and finally
time for the person to be like, man.
It's a reason
You need to do the you need to do the election. You need to talk to her about the election. Oh, she turns away. She turns back.
Arve again. Did you find what you need?
Arve.
Second to last.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger.
Malleolus.
Why do you ask?
Can you do it?
Can I nominate another candidate?
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
I would like to
Can
nominate
I-
Galerius.
I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
All right.
I'm getting right on that.
So let's start the election, and once
Yeah,
you
the
start
evil
this,
laughter.
once you start this, she's gonna walk away, and you can just make your way to the temple if you want.
Thank you.
If there's a good reason.
Oh, she wants a reason?
You can just either or.
Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional.
Thank
Very
you.
well.
Thank you.
Citizens,
There you go.
it is time.
Goodbye, sir.
All right. So, with all this being said, there's going to be a little bit of time since obviously they had to go through the entire election process where everyone votes and stuff. So, yeah.
Don't
I don't
steal
know. How
anything,
you
don't
feel?
hurt
How
anyone.
did you feel about the palace overall?
Good story-wise. It was interesting.
I thought it
just
was.
the
I
phone
thought it
was
was a
supposed to die.
fascinating way to, like, read, like they introduce Lucretia, right, as like a nurse essentially, and then Lucretia's like, man, we need Navia, who's like a doctor, and so it's like it establishes super early on that Navia knows how to do medical stuff, which then posthumously validates the idea that she would be, you know, ambitious enough to try to peel someone's skin in surgery. You know what I mean? And by the way, the thing that she was holding in her hands are fucking sheep shears.
Yeah. Which is really not, I don't think, a tool for
Well,
surgery.
back
of
during this
humans.
era, it was.
Ah.
You didn't really, like, you had knives and you had shears. You had sutures and all that stuff too.
Saw blade.
Well,
Not blade.
you didn't really
Saw,
have
just a saw.
you have bone saws, yes, but they didn't really
Yeah,
use them
yeah.
at this time. You would mostly just use an axe, actually, but or a
Oh.
hatchet rather. But you think about all this stuff, and it's like, man, that's really cool because it's like the game isn't super long, but it's big. You know what I mean? Like the game is very wide in terms of like the stuff that's in it, and you can definitely see, at least I can in my mind's eye, the guys who designed this, like the initial mod and then, you know, reworking it for the game, they sat down and it's just like a map. You know what I mean? It's so many different things. Like the whole thing you just did with the palace now technically means you don't have to do Dooley's side quest. Right?
Because of the bow and the cistern.
Right? Because you can just take
Yeah.
the bow, turn the vines gold, and make your way into the upper cistern. And that's super cool. But then again, do you remember the other reason why you need to free Dooley?
Yeah, there.
What were the two ways that Equitius
So-
said that you could get out of the underworld?
He said there was a potentially way to get out in the upper cistern.
Sure, yeah.
I need Persephone's help, but she hasn't really given me anything, and I get the, what is it, the plaque?
There's
For
4
the-
plaques.
Yeah, the plaques. Just all the plaques, put them in the thing, and then potentially there's something in the temple up there.
Something, right?
Yeah.
You probably don't remember this, but you talked to Georgius, I believe? Like, have you talked to Georgius yet after learning the about the plaques? Have we had
I
the
don't think
opportunity
so.
to do that?
No.
Okay, well, that's a thing to do. But we'll be doing that after we do the Malleolus and the other stuff, so you'll be fine. Saba's getting bored. She's just jigging around.
Yeah. She's ready to go.
Man, you know what we
Me too,
need?
yeah.
Suicide button.
Yikes.
Yeah. Who's Gabbro?
That wouldn't.
You need him. Like, talk to him 3 times.
Garbo!
So, presumably up there is an entrance to the underworld, or like a hole from like the living light into underworld.
It is cool that it is like a place, though. You know what I mean? Like, I think that was one of the things that, like, one of the criticisms of Uncharted 2, 3, and 4 that I don't really appreciate is that in all three of those games, when you get to like the end zone of the world, like for example in Uncharted 2, you get to Shambhala, which is like Shangri-La, right? And you get there, and it's this fucking ancient, massive Tibetan city built into the crater of a mountain, and it's super cool. It's a really cool area, but a lot of critics like take the opportunity of being like, when you first get there, it's blue sky with no clouds, right? It's just open to the sky. And they're like, how did satellites not find this? You know? And I'm like, on one hand, I think I would hate it if they explained that. Like if they said like, ooh, Shambhala was protected by magic. I think I would hate that. But at the same time, I'm also okay with it just being like, dude, it's fucking Shambhala. Leave it alone. You know what I mean?
That's what happened to him, Lawrence.
Yeah, he did.
He disintegrated.
And opened up this hole.
Ah, thank you for telling me that's flashlight. Oh, it just works in reverse. So, like, look, this one takes out the bow first, and then this. And if I go that way... Oh.
So, real quick, I'm going to recommend that instead of walking up and talking to Galerius, hang a right and make your way up to where... fuck, he got you. Never mind.
Mind telling me who you are and
he got me. Should I ask him
aura of detection is too high.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Oh god, lagging.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in. Yulia? Oh no.
Don't do the gold one. Okay.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me.
If I talk to him again after he does that, does he like ask me?
Yeah. And you tell him that you're a time traveler and he goes, wow, you're crazy.
Nice.
So with this Ulpius one, go up to Ulpius and let him commit suicide. And then follow him.
Oh, just so.
By the way,
and
look,
I talked to
look
Claudia
at those vines.
first. Oh, I could shoot him.
Ah, isn't that neat?
Should I do it?
Sure. There you go.
Money.
A nice clean
That's
250.
Man, there's just a lot of sacks of money everywhere.
Yes. It's one of those things that makes it really interesting because, like, because Dacius, because initially the stuff that's really obvious to find is like 5, 6, 7 gold at a time, and so when Dacius is like 1,000 gold for this cure for the poison lady, you go like, wow, that's crazy. I guess I do need to steal it, right? But in actuality, if you like hunt around, it's really easy to find 1,000 gold.
There's no point in asking this. We should do this later.
You should, actually.
Is that an hour later? Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, you should do this now.
Okay.
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's
So
all
she
I'll
has
say.
it. Threatening?
Yeah, threaten her with the beliefs.
Because she's Christian, remember?
That's mean. What does that even mean?
Saba, people are killing each other.
What you're doing is disgusting, and it's not going to work. Shame on you.
Katie, I really need it.
Saba was a bad person for no benefit.
Wow.
Believe this is how it ends.
So should I just say I'm not going to talk to him?
Legitimately, I think that it would be funnier if you do talk to him and then say, I bet you won't do it.
Yeah, I bet you won't do it.
Yeah, no, do it though. It's funny.
But do it for the 100%.
Yeah.
No, but I don't want 100% if it needs
For
to.
the rest
Yes.
of my life.
Yes.
You saved
yes,
the man
yes,
already.
yes,
Anything
yes.
else afterwards does not matter.
Things are hard.
Yes.
Help do a flip.
For all of us.
Do a
We're
flip.
all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him.
You don't have to listen to the
It
dialogue.
could be the end for us all.
Oh.
Good luck, I'm out of here.
Do you
Yes.
want me to?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
Go on, then.
Go
Go
on,
ahead.
then.
Yes.
Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love.
I can't skip
I'm
this.
sorry.
Ulpius, no!
All right, now push Octavian.
No.
God, I wanted to turn around and be like, "What's wrong with you?" Was that my fault? Question mark.
Isn't a sin under the
Yeah, no, dude, no.
Let everyone know what to do.
No, not allowing that out of you.
Why? You're so
already-
fucking boring,
If
dude.
you
I
had
know.
to,
I already said this.
you had to go all the way.
Dude, oh
If
my
you're gonna
god.
stab a
Wait, what
man,
the
might as
fuck?
well
What
stop
happened
him.
to all
What
of his
the hell?
skin?
He got vaporized.
All right, remember, don't do Malleolus first. Go talk to his wife first, and don't fuck it up this time.
Okay, call her pretty. I got it.
Yes, it's
Say
almost like an
revenge.
egotistical maniac wants you to.
That's not a door.
It's painted like a door, though.
Hello.
Hi, I'm a stronger, more handsome version of your husband.
Talk.
Hmm. Ah.
Now I'll let, but. Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that.
Wow.
I love it. It seems
Wow.
our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
Do you need the treatment for rheumatism too?
What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine.
She's an alcoholic. That's why That's why she was locked away, because she kept spending so much money and just fucking downing jugs of wine.
And I have wine, so we're good, right?
You have so much wine because you keep picking it up from that one thing.
Actually, I don't have questions. Here's your wine. Take it.
So you'll help me?
I have
some wine right here.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
All right, would you like to read this letter? I will do it, if you would like.
Sure, go ahead.
Quintius, to my beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I'll perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side. So this was when he first arrived-ish, before he changed his name.
Seems like it.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fire in Rome.
That's quite a lot more serious than I imagined.
Don't worry. I'm only going to ask him to withdraw from the election.
Destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Hang on to it.
No, I'll hang on to it.
That's the best option?
If you, you need...
Just for the sake of time.
You need proof for Malleolus, so you need the letter.
Okay.
What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkus.
Oh, because she can't steal it from me.
I didn't lie to you.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I'll be going now.
Curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you
But
be.
trust me, lady, I'm not gonna do that much. There's not much that can be done anyway.
Lady, I'm already in hell. You can't stop me. Oh,
Yeah,
well, it's a little better.
basically.
All right, quick, go talk to Malleolus before she kicks you out.
Jump.
The fuck?
Speedrun tech. Let's
Speedrun
go.
check this way. Hello, sir.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above?
Someone just
was
died.
Either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
So you're Quintius. Look at his face!
My name is Marcus Mal... You... And I liked it. Well,
that's not right. You have the letter, right?
I should.
Definitely.
Well, my mistake. Never mind. I guess.
Right.
I need.
You can still talk to him if you say I'll be going now. Maybe we should double check the.
I trust you can see yourself through the door. This.
Yeah, double check your inventory. It should be there. Should be like letter to Claudia or something. Yeah, letter from Quintius.
Letter from Quintius.
Was there more?
If that's not damning evidence.
I guess for now, let me go. I can do what you call it. I can talk to what's his face.
You should do Rufius. That's true. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because after you do Rufius, I guess we need to reset the timeline again. That's really unfortunate, but in which case you should go see the assassin after Rufius.
With his dead body, with his thing.
Oh my
Or
god,
like when
the
he's
assassin's
alive.
gonna be dead in the temple. Damn it, never mind.
That
There
was
he is.
grown.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Haha, because I'm on the
About your
stairs.
rheumatism.
I got it. Haha.
What business is
That's
that
funny,
of
Saba.
yours?
With a pinch of
I
this
need
willow
one
bark and you'll
moment,
feel better in no time.
Willow bark. And this will work?
So by the way, do you know what willow bark is known as nowadays, effectively?
This is what
No.
I'm praying
I don't know.
for.
Tylenol.
Penicillin.
Maybe God hasn't abandoned me.
The chemicals in
Oh.
willow bark are the exact same chemicals that we use in Tylenol today, and that's why it helps with his rheumatism, because it's a pain reliever.
The rheumatism
Nice.
is
Good old
cursed.
ancient
Crisis
folk.
of faith.
Is watching in the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head.
Would this stop him from?
This
Harassing
is exactly
Yeah.
what I
Virgil?
needed to
Absolutely.
set straight again. I owe you one.
Do I need?
You should be the one. Are you threatening Virgil?
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad,
The pain
dude.
starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted.
Instantaneously, he's feeling a lot better.
It's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's
Thank
not
you,
as if
dude.
I was ever going to hurt him anyway.
I'm assuming I could, for
just
Georgius or whatever,
lashing out.
I could just be like, yo, give
Going to go
Rufius
and clean up the graffiti.
the willow and just ask him to stop.
Forget
You
this.
saying Georgius? I'm assuming you mean Galerius.
Galerius, yes.
Yes.
God dang it.
So you should go talk to Virgil, and then after Virgil, you should talk to Georgius.
Virgil, and then I should. Oh, yeah, that's the thing.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. I hear we have you to thank for...
What a modern hairdo.
What demon or spirit told you
Yeah,
about
that's
that?
true.
You went snooping in his place?
Don't worry, I got some,
Yes, he
I
won't be
got
bothering
some
you
permission.
anymore. Found his treatment for his rheumatism.
Poor fellow. Really? That's promising.
All right. Very good. You have done that. Now on to Georges. That's not Georges.
So this guy's dead.
Yeah, there he is. Unfortunate.
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you...
Maybe take the bounty notice. Maybe you never took this before.
Here. Yeah.
Maybe that's the
Should I
proof
take-
you need. You could take
Should I
the
take the bow?
Daenerys. Well,
As well?
you already have the golden bow. The wooden bow is just a worse version of it. In fact, I think if you have a second bow, the worst version just becomes an item in your inventory. Georges
Oh,
is is like on your left. You have to go forward. He's the Greek guy.
Greetings and salutations.
He was fun.
Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another.
I love this guy.
Thank you.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Kabosh.
Both of these are
Listen.
important.
Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous.
I like how we just known him for 5 seconds, but he's like already my friend.
Coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing.
How strange.
So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw?
Someone who'd been drinking? I'm assuming just a drunk person. I have no idea.
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful. I beg
Should
you.
I ask him about the other thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask him about the Greek plaque.
Ah. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered.
I'm
that
assuming
they
this is
copy
for
our
people who
ideas,
don't
but
like
why
understand
must they change the names?
More or
like
less.
mythology.
Credit for making
Yeah.
it all up. Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Unless I have no hair left.
I have no hair left to pull.
My
That's
point
pretty
is
good.
this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman,
He's like a crow. He likes shiny things in his face.
So, Dooley has 2 things: the key to the upper cistern and the Greek plaque.
I believe he still has it with him.
To getting him out.
the
It's like
reason
necessary.
the reason why it's interesting, because there is an ending that doesn't require you to get any of the plaques, right? But that end and the speed running way of doing it is just to shoot. Is to, like, you know, do the thing with the assassin, shoot Dooley, take his upper cistern key, and then book it. Nope, you're not doing this yet. Absolutely not.
Backing away.
Definitely not doing that.
Oh, I can talk to Malleolus again.
Yeah, try talking to Malleolus. Now that you have the bounty notice, maybe that's enough proof.
Marve.
Fucking snap your legs. So he also told you that. Well, I mean, I guess your only lead on the Egyptian
I like
plaque.
it was called Quintius.
Now he's Quintius.
You again. What is it now?
So you're Quintius.
My name is... I liked it.
What the fuck?
That's
Give me
quite...
1 second to look this up, because if we could do this on this loop, that'd be fantastic, but maybe not. Pause real quick.
Feel free to go ahead.
City.
Egyptian.
Quintius fellow.
The Kabash.
I must say, if you
Kabash.
want to take a moment to read over your quest, that'd be a good idea.
Ah, yes.
A lot of players.
So I already know how to do that. I have to get Malleolus to withdraw. That's a plaque. Upper cistern. Scintilla.
Oh yeah, you never
Tell Ulpius that Scintilla isn't in Malleolus. Oh! That upper... True. That upper room we went into, that was Claudia.
Yes.
I can't obviously tell him now, but I'm assuming that could be done on the loop to which I save him.
Well, I'm trying. Give me a moment if it's okay.
Yeah. The last one is the Malleolus election. I got it.
Get some dirt on Malleolus.
I already got 2 pieces of dirt, but clearly it's not enough.
What the fuck?
You had a lot of dirt apparently.
Jars full of dirt.
Give me a second. This is fucking crazy.
Jars of dirt.
Apparently it's crazy.
There's no way you have to do all of this first.
It sounds insane.
All right, this guide is going completely off the reserve, man. Okay.
Feel free to go to another one.
Roll the intruder. Look at the corpse and get the bounty notice. Yes. You do the Quintius on the 2nd floor. Talk to Claudia. Give her the bottle of wine. Return with the bottle of wine. Hand it to her. Gives you the letter signed by Quintius. Go back. Ask him. Oh, you have to ask him to withdraw. You don't accuse him of being Quintius. You have to ask him to withdraw, and then that's how you provide the proof, I guess.
Gotcha.
You again. Why would I?
Because I know you're Quintius. There you go. That feels really weird. I feel like you should be able to do that from the other dialogue option, but whatever.
Yeah, it feels like it should be both, yeah.
I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins?
No, I'm not, fortunately for you.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you.
Oh, except he's dead already.
But...
I could do this next time.
Correct.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh.
Yeah. For now, at least.
No. Yes. I will. Holy crap.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my...
Okay, real quick. Pause.
Well, Christo.
Yes, it's a Greek line. All right, let's go over your quests again just to make sure. So the Vanishing Act is that's the cistern one, so you can't do that, right? Water to the bridge.
Vanishing Act is Scintilla.
Oh, sorry, my bad. What's the one that's the cistern?
Yeah. Water under the bridge.
Okay, so that's cistern. And then you have the 4 clacks. What's Virtuous
and
Man?
Then
Galerius elected. Okay, cool. You need to reset the loop. And you still have not yet personally broken the loop, so I guess you would do Scintilla.
Release Yulia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election.
Oh, by the way, do you want to take a look to your right real quick?
Sir? Are you under
you can climb in.
sir?
So if you didn't jump, and if you didn't buy your way in, you could shoot the golden bow at the vines and climb up.
All that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
All right, cool. Equitia, quickly. There she is. Stop right there. Oh, because Demetrius is gonna talk to her.
I guess we can.
Priestess, Malleolus has
look at it.
decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
She runs.
She's excited.
I'm wondering now because if there's no Malleolus and it's still Sentius, I guess the golden rule still has to be broken, right? Because that's how the loop ends. I don't actually know how the golden rule gets broken on this loop.
Ooh.
We can wait.
I think we should.
That's a
In fact,
long
I think what you should do is tell her to trigger the election and then head over to where the election takes place. Because not only that, there's also a secret that I can show you, like in preparation for waiting.
Well, Malleolus has withdrawn for some unknown reason. So unless... Why do you ask?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Would you want to
I don't
nominate
know.
him or just start it now?
Yeah, just see if you can start it now. Or did she just say that?
I'm planning to hold it before dusk.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, very well.
Okay, quick to the voting area.
I have an announcement.
Time to go to the theater.
There's no citizens.
I wonder
They're
if
still walking.
Go to the voting area. We don't have time.
I wonder if what's his face.
There's a pole with some vines on it, right there. Shoot it.
What about this?
Go up it. What about this? This freaking.
Oh. Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
Just 1,000. If you ever need it, it's there. Fucking ow. All right. I don't know how. Like I said before. Now that it's just the two of them, I don't know how the loop. No. We should see how the loop ends.
No,
I'm
I know.
curious.
I'm saying it's interesting because I think he'll like threaten him still probably.
Who? Galerius?
No. Whatchamacallit?
Prometheus?
Yeah.
Oh, you think so? Like independently of what's his face telling him to do it?
Yeah.
Maybe. Like, how dare
Why?
you?
No,
I
stop,
did
no,
something.
absolutely not. Don't go this way. Go closer. You want to go through that door that's to the right of the voting area. Like walk over there.
Where?
There's
Here.
a doorway. Yeah, you definitely want to go there. Don't go through the other one. The other way that you went before is all the caves where you got all confused and started panicking. This takes you directly to the path that leads to the temple.
Will remain your magistrate for another term.
My fellow citizens.
Sorry, it was just a silly way of saying it. Absolutely not.
I vow
Oh!
each day henceforth will be just.
Don't stop this, Saba.
And I will.
God, fucking.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're
he's talking to us.
responsible for this, aren't
Oh, does he threaten you?
Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
I didn't do anything.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption
Okay.
sickens
Why is he turned over here?
Ignore her.
I don't know, but you should leave now.
Okay.
All right, so I guess that's all that happens is that he still he doesn't participate in the elect. So he just usurps the whole magistrate thing.
Yep.
That's so stupid. What would you have done instead if you could have? If you were a developer on this game and you could put something in, what would you have done instead?
For the sins of the one.
Something silly.
Right,
I mean,
because it's so niche, right? Because you have to get you have to it can't be an actual competition.
But the thing is, won't the same thing happen with Galerius too?
What do you mean?
Like, it feels like the same thing, especially since whatchamacallit, whatever his name is
Demedius?
like angry. Yeah. He's like
the main thing that Demedius dislikes, like Demedius does work for Malleolus. That is true. But the main thing that he dislikes is Sentius. Specifically. All right.
Oh. Look, why am I all the way here now? Maybe because I took time.
Maybe it's because you were gonna leave, but you should talk to him. Yeah.
Salve, friend. Mind
Okay, don't pick anything just quite yet. So, what was the problem with getting Galerius elected?
Galerius would only be interested in running if Malleolus withdraws.
And you know how to make him withdraw, right?
Yeah.
But even if he does run, that doesn't mean he's gonna win, right?
Yeah, so I need to make him win.
What you're doing right now is, I believe there's nothing that you're missing here. But, so like the bottom one, saving Fabia, right? It's not you that saves Fabia. You tell
him.
Galerius to, so Fabia, Georgius, and Virgil all of a sudden are like, wow, Galerius is a great guy. I'll definitely vote for him.
Oh, cool.
You save Rufius, and I believe, no, Horatius always votes for Sentius, but Rufius is like, yeah, I'll vote for Galerius. He solved my rheumatism. So it's this really cool thing where the game, you first think that this is here. Once again, this game's all about revelations, right? You first think that this is here so that way you don't have to do all these side quests again. And that's true. But in actuality, it's building towards a different side quest where everybody is now going to love Galerius. And when he does the election, he's going to win.
Very nice.
Super cool.
Super cool.
Okay.
The only reason I tell you this now is that things are going to move very quickly as soon as you select these options.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. All right, got it. Yulia.
Now look. So remember how previously it was like, here's 2,000 things, right?
Yeah.
Now instead, tell Malleolus you know who he really is, thanks to Claudia, and that Nero wants to kill him. Also, by the way, tell him to withdraw the election and also release his debt bondsman. It's like fucking 5 things in one command.
That takes care of everyone?
Literally everything is now handled. You are set.
Okay.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. I'll go, but...
Okay,
can I go
pause.
talk to Julius? Because one of the things was...
Which one's Julius? You talking Ulpius?
Yeah, sorry.
Do not talk to Ulpius yet.
Okay.
Galerius now physically needs to do all of those things in the order that you selected them. So if anything, we need to kill some time, right?
Okay.
So the reason why I asked you to pause is that we're going to do some time-sensitive stuff here, and I'm going to help you think through something that we haven't really thought through at the moment. There's technically no easy way of doing this, but I think we're going to be okay. So why was Rufius threatening, quote-unquote, Virgil?
Potentially his faith says, like, it's a sin.
It's a sin to be gay, right?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, he was more aggressive about this than normal because of his rheumatism, but Rufius is a Christian, right?
I could talk to him about the plate.
You probably don't remember this. I'm actually going to save you a little bit of time because I don't know if we have enough time to talk to Rufius and do this other stuff. I'm going to help you logically think through some stuff here. You may or may not remember what Equitia said about the Roman plaque.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I remember.
Equitia was like, well, I don't see a reason why a Roman would rip off the Roman plaque. Maybe there's a new group of people who don't want it there.
Sure, yeah.
Right? So, if there was that group of people in the city, where do you think they would hide something that they consider sacrilegious?
In the caves?
Maybe in a locked altar that only Christians have access to?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Octavia.
You saw where Octavia went to go pray after the suicide.
Yeah,
that is supposed to be how, like, after Ulpius commits suicide, if you follow her, that's supposed to be like, oh, there it is. It's there. That's how you get there. Now, you have two options. One of the options is to try to convince Rufius to give you the key to allow you through that door. You could theoretically do that, but I would not suggest it because Galerius is going to be talking. Excuse me.
Yeah, I
Galerius
could have done that
to him.
probably if he owed me one, right? He'd probably be like, sure, here's the key because I owe
Exactly,
you.
right?
Since I didn't. Yeah.
So, as with everything else in this game, there is a second way of doing this. There was a time when you were panicking, running through the caves, and there was like a crouching spot that you had to go under, and you were panicking because you didn't know the crouch button and stuff like that. And then you got there, and there was a wall of vines, and I laughed at you because it's like, congratulations, that's a dead end.
Yeah, now it's not a dead end because I can shoot it.
Go find it.
Okay, so
It's in the caves somewhere. I don't know why you're going this way, but sure. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You're gonna fucking split your legs in half.
I like how there is actual fall damage in this. That's pretty good.
Now that you've done that, it's kind of weird that there's nothing there.
This way. We now have.
You have time to figure this out, by the way, so you don't need to rush yourself per se.
This wasn't it, but
This
now
was
I
not
can
right.
take.
Yeah.
I can take whatchamacallit.
Yeah, so you're well. Do you need the money?
Why not?
Sure. Sure. Let's get fucking blasted.
Sure, not right now.
Not this way.
Right now.
This is deeper into the caves. Yeah. There's a chest in there, by the way, if you wanted to look at it. And it just has 100. Look at that. Isn't that neat? And a bottle of wine.
More wine.
Those are the only two places in the whole game where you can find wine, by the way. Flashlight? That right there, that's where Livia lives. If you wanted to check it out, because I don't think you have yet. So
there's the ferryman.
Yeah, so when I first got here, I found this early. I didn't recognize what that was. I thought it was just fucking crazy scratches. But yeah, it's the ferryman. It's Karen. Or Comet.
Karen.
You just came from there, so you want to go that way, I think? Yeah.
Oh, I just came from here. But I... How's it working? Oh.
Congratulations.
Let me up!
You're still crouched, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's a little bit.
Here you go. All right,
That's
and
right.
welcome to their handmade altar to Christ, the Fisher of Men.
Big J.
Big J. And once again, I'll reiterate that I think this is really cool because this is before he was crucified. So, you know, Christians don't have the cross as a thing yet. So there you go. I think that's really neat. It
Okay,
should be on the
where is it?
table, I think.
On the table.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And look, take item. Pluto,
Pluto,
father of
father.
riches. And a wooden carving. I believe the door is still locked. Yeah. So you have to go out through the vines.
Come on.
All right, congratulations. You have found one of 4 plaques.
And luckily, this stays with me, right?
Yes, in between loops, it's with you forever. How much
How
time do we
go
have?
get out of
You
here?
get multiple of
Do
the
we have
same
like an
plaques.
hour? I don't know if we're gonna finish today. Unless Saba wants to go a little bit long, I don't think we're
I
gonna be
don't
able to
mind
finish.
I said I don't mind going a little bit long.
But I don't know. It could be like an hour.
Oh.
I don't know
Yeah,
if I'm doing
we're
anything.
taking
We'll
a little.
We'll see.
Well, we'll
Like, let's
see. We
push
have
it
we
and
have an
then
hour and
see.
15 minutes until end of stream. Who knows? Maybe Saba will blow through a lot of this stuff. So
Okay.
now you need to go talk to Equitia. I'm going to assume that Galerius is done by now.
You're not. You didn't see me. You didn't see me. You didn't see me, sir.
Who, Dacius?
Yeah. He's
You
not gonna
already
talk to
have
me
the
again,
golden
isn't he?
bow, so he won't talk to you.
Well, that's interesting because he's like, oh man, I wanted a golden bow like that, or something like that.
Legitimately, if you go talk to him, he'll be like, I wanted to get the golden bow from that thing. It's funny that you have one.
That's cool.
Ah,
Oh,
so if you want to hang out here, you can. Because you're going to want to, well, I mean, I guess follow her, but you're going to be wanting to talk to her until after Galerius is all done with this stuff. So, anyway, let's talk. Let's talk about what we're going to be doing. So, what is your...
look.
Oh.
Elpius, I'm so glad you get in. Where are they talking? Where's this happening?
Probably above you somewhere. So, yeah, what's your next steps? What are we going to be doing next? You shouldn't pause, but yeah.
No, I know. That we already kind of know. I still don't know the thing with Scintilla.
That is true.
I don't know how to figure that out though. Besides
No, but
talking
I mean, like, in
to
the immediate future, what are you doing?
looking for plaques.
Sure. Yes, that is. We're at that stage. Yes, congratulations. We're in the end game.
Or getting Galerius voted.
We're getting Galerius voted. So once Galerius is done, we need to talk to Equitia. Tell Equitia that we nominate Galerius. Tell her to do the election right now. When Galerius gets elected, because you made him look like a really good guy in front of everybody, he's gonna go free Dooley.
In an hour.
You gotta go talk to Dooley. Make sure you get the key and the Greek plaque. Make sure you don't
Well, I
miss
need
them.
to talk to Dooley first, saying like,
No.
"I'll get you free." No, I don't need to do that.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's him right there.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
Shh.
Shoot him with an
Magistrate, sir.
arrow.
All that money wasted. Those are my orders.
Like the clipping of this branch to
They
this.
tell you.
As you wish, sir.
Fucking whispered that into my brain. What the fuck?
Oh my god. I thought I was being sneaky. He got me.
That was the last thing,
Can I
right?
talk to him? Can I talk to him?
Oh, why would you talk to Ulpius?
About Scintilla?
I
She's
mean,
not in the room?
You could try.
Oh! Sir.
Shalom, friend.
Shalom.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Well, I told him.
Oh, right, because he's the one who told you that there was a locked room
Yeah.
where Malleolus was just trying to keep his alcoholic wife off wine.
Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall,
I like how he's
Galerius will be re-elected
right here.
magistrate.
Yes!
Actually, I'd.
Oh! He's just doing it himself!
If that's all right.
Of course.
Because he wanted to. Because he wanted to guarantee, or he would only run if Sentius was unopposed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and... How is it possible that you've just...
I'm just lucky, I guess.
Just a lucky guess. Should I do it?
I don't know. It'll be fine either way, right?
It's a lucky guess,
If
and it breaks
you
the
do that
golden
and it
rule.
triggers the golden rule, I'll be pissed. But it will still be really funny.
Okay, should we do it? We'll do it.
Oh.
Oh, come on. I just did as you...
Fine.
You're a bit like Sisyphus. Yeah. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down, forcing him to start over and over. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over.
Is he talking about us? Are we doing this too?
That's literally why he brought this up, yes.
Melodies had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round.
Do these sound familiar, by the way?
But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Oh, if I say go on, does he say more?
Sure.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
So he kind of believes me.
And
yeah,
I'm in the running.
Dude, it's way too specific for you not to be telling the truth.
Worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need.
I'm feeling you'll do great.
Even if you don't win, the next election will be here before you know it.
Oh, that's kind of
Funny
you to say.
time traveler.
I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh,
that's
and
cool.
if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Man, what a good dude.
So if you want to do the Equitia thing and have it go right now, that's not Equitia, that's
Julia.
Yulia. She's the one who was poisoned. That's Equitia. Wow, you're a full like foot taller than her. That's crazy. When you're a woman, your height is a little lower. By the way, as a player character.
It's the status of the election.
So the reason why I said do those sound familiar, Sisyphus rolling the boulder, Tantalus with the like being in the water, trying to reach up for the apple, the person with trying to fill a bucket with water by using a sieve, i.e. like a strainer, and the guy who was strapped to the wheel. You saw all four of their statues, because remember, this is the underworld.
Oh, cool.
At the top of the hill over by the big temple with the obelisk and stuff, Sisyphus was there with the giant golden boulder. The Tantalus is by, you remember that little hill, or remember that rock that had the white flower on top?
Mm-hmm.
Tantalus is over there. So
wow,
there's an achievement for
Okay.
finding all four of them, and I just thought it was really cool. The idea that those were real people and they were turned to gold.
Yeah, that'd be cool if we have a loop or something. That'd be cool to go look at all that again.
Don't believe.
I don't know if we'll have time, but we'll see.
Sure.
Start the election. Let's go.
As I said, I'm planning to hold. Very well.
All right. So you should go to Dooley.
Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
I shouldn't listen to.
No, you're fine. Well, actually, do you want to? You know what? That's a good point. They all have really interesting things to say for the election. So let's go to the election zone, also known as the White House.
I'm assuming this doesn't trigger the golden rule then anymore.
Not really.
Cause
Just hang out. We'll have a good time.
Because whatchamacallit, if what you're telling me is true and that guy just doesn't want Sendius, then he's excited.
You do be excited.
Anyone else?
That's Rufius.
Macho Man Walk.
There's Equitia. It's really funny because
Unless they're coming
Ulpius
from over
shows
there.
up now. Because previously,
Yeah,
like
'cause
in
we
a
saved
normal
him.
election, Ulpius doesn't because he killed himself.
Yeah.
And it's they all have their predetermined spots, so his spot is just empty.
The thing is, will the Sentius be mad?
We'll see.
Is he in different clothes? No.
No.
It just looked like a jumpsuit from where I was.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect
Quorate?
magistrate.
Oh.
The candidates are
Sextus.
Imperiosus,
That's my Tinder profile.
Gallus Galerius Helva.
But it means 7 tus.
Withdrew his candidacy earlier today.
Oh, look, there's a guy drinking.
Shall dispense with ballots and candidates.
No, it's not. There was just a perfectly placed jug in his missing hand spot. But doesn't he look like he's drinking from here?
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
So 2 to 2.
Galerius, the man who saved
3
my
to
life.
2.
The man who treated my rheumatism.
Nice.
He won 4 to 2.
You have made your decision. Your new
By the way, you can technically flip Dacius as well to vote for Galerius. I think it just costs 2,000 gold. But we don't really need it.
I mean, you asked for it, sir.
Something I ever wanted.
You nominated yourself.
Trust in me. I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait.
Wait. Do I need to say please?
Not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else.
Magistrate Galerius. All right, so go over to Dooley quickly.
What the frick is wrong with him jumping?
He was fucking fast.
Zoom. Should I talk to him first?
Nah.
Now, if I talk to Sentius after he lost, you think he'll say something?
I don't know. Maybe. I never tried. If you have time, sure.
Though I'm concerned as soon as he lets him free, he'll probably steal something. And that's how the golden rule gets broken.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer
this
your
is how he
thanks when you
convinces
can.
him to let me take it even if I haven't talked to him.
I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Now talk to him.
Mm-hmm. The plaque is in his cell, by the way. You're gonna have to go into his cell to get it.
I'm Dooley.
I don't think it matters.
Oh, thank you. You can have my shiny, and maybe you can help my friend Hannibal used to look after. But before that, he gave me a key to the cistern. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you.
Excellent.
I hope you find
Now I never need to ask again.
Correct.
the cisterns. Way up. Oh, look over there.
Maybe it is.
Quick. It's right there.
I can see it from myself.
All right.
Oh my
Now
God.
you don't have much time. Go to Sentius.
Where is Sentius?
Fucking in his villa, obviously. Come on. Let's go. Because now you have my interest peaked, because I never thought to talk to Sentius after you lost.
Lovely to see Dooley out and about again.
Oh my God.
Holy shit,
Oh,
he
it's
did it
too late.
already?
Holy of the one.
Well, fucking book it.
Oh, it's
Just keep running.
it's lagging.
Oh my god, she just shot Galerius. Well,
yeah, that was fast.
I guess you never get the opportunity to talk to Sentius, unfortunately.
I could. It just had to be like instead of going to Dooley. You know?
Oh, you're right. Instead of going to Dooley, going to Sentius and talking to him. That's a good point. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
You brought a friend.
I think he shoved her all the way up the stairs by accident.
Sentius, hurry up. Okay.
Holy shit, that was awesome. Oh, that was great, dude. All right, so as we get out of here, we should take a moment to think about what we need to do. Do you want to explore the cisterns before we go into the Greek temple? I think that seems pretty reasonable.
Sure, I'm assuming I should not... Or can I allow Galerius to do all that stuff and vote himself?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Just tell him to go do all that. You have the full loop to do all this other stuff that we're going to be doing.
Okay.
You have, by the way, you have 3 things left to do, and then you have beaten the game.
Okay, let me...
Salve, friend.
We should be fine. I'm willing to do this.
Who you are and what...
I'm a little busy right now.
No. Yes. Oh my god.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but...
Yulia.
Yulia?
Rufius, then Malleolus, I guess.
Oh, Virgil.
I like him snapping into position.
I'll go, but...
All right. You want to hang a right, go up to the upper cisterns?
Yeah.
I think Lawrence is helping his dad. Yeah, because
Probably.
he's muted.
Do I need my bow for anything else?
I mean, you can't get rid of it.
No. I know. It's not the point of getting rid of it. Like, I don't actually need to use it anymore.
Not right now.
I hate you. How dare you?
Well, what the fuck you want me to say? Do you want me to
Not
say,
right
yeah, you're
now.
going to be
I want
using
you
it
to
at this
just say-
point, Saba?
Yeah,
Let me
but
tell
the
you
not right now
exactly
makes me
what
feel
happens
weird.
moving forward.
No, just say yeah, you will. Just so I do. Like, not right now is like. You're
I
toyed
said
with.
not yet.
I feel my emotions feel toyed with. So Sisyphus is up here?
Yeah, go down these stairs.
There he is.
Ta-da, there he is. King Sisyphus.
Strong man.
And
That booty.
the thing is, yep, over there.
My god.
Gotta load the cistern. Fucking
Excuse me.
just walk through it.
Do I need my bow?
No, you don't, Saba.
Okay, thank God. Ugh.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Thank Juno you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to
Hannibal?
keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father.
Oh.
Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
Okay.
He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
I'm glad you're back, Lawrence. Perfect timing.
This would have been really sad if Lawrence had missed it. I think.
Behind me.
Just
There's
use the
an
bathroom,
aqueduct tunnel
Jesus
running
Christ.
water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
Okay, so This is an ending. This is one of
Okay.
4 endings to the game, is leaving with her and nobody else.
Oh.
I don't think we should do this. I can just tell
Yeah.
you what the ending is.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, I'm fine with.
That right
So-
there, that option right there that you're
Yeah.
looking at, that is the 3rd of 4 endings, where after you have done the Galerius thing where he goes around and helps everybody, you can tell Galerius, oh, go fetch everybody, bring them to the upper cistern because now it's unlocked and there's no monsters, and then you all leave without Sentius, and Sentius gets left behind and turned to gold. Because remember, trying to escape breaks the golden rule.
Mm-hmm.
So
Let
that's
everyone's
the
out, I guess.
that's the third of 4 endings.
3rd of 4. So you just talked, and these are separate ones, right? So
These are
2
unique
out of 4.
endings. I already have the achievements for them. So to remind you, ending number 1 is you kill Sentius, breaking
Yeah.
the paradox. Ending number 2 is you find Scintilla and you escape with her. That's ending number 2. You and her escape. There's some ending
With everyone?
sequence stuff, but everybody else dies. They turn to gold because breaking it breaks the golden rule. 3rd ending is that option where you have figured out everybody's side quests and they're all friendly with you. You escape with everybody except Sentius, including Malleolus, by the way. You take
Oh.
the bad guys with you too, because the only person who's like evil is Sentius. And then the 4th ending is what we're actually going to be doing. So in that case,
Cool stuff.
I
so
would
we have
say,
to keep her up here.
yeah.
What? No.
If I do this top one once again, not promising anything, we're fine. Correct.
Yeah, kinda.
So is it okay if I do this?
You can certainly do it. I think it's fine. But worst comes to worst, you'll loop, right?
It's no use. You'll never be.
Wasn't it Sentius the one that told you to find Scintilla?
Correct.
Or am I? It was.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? He didn't say that. Horatius did. The guard, because the guard was like, it was my job to protect her, and I couldn't. Do you think you could try to find her? All Sentius told you to do was find out who's going to break the golden rule.
You're making a mistake.
So that's an optional thing. So I don't actually have to say.
There's a lot
okay.
of dialogue stuff, but you can probably imagine what it is.
That's a statue. I don't want to go near that.
Do
Okay,
you
so-
want to go talk to Sentius about this? It is interesting. Because
What do you
if
think,
you
Lawrence?
decide to talk to Sentius, that's totally fine. You can definitely do that. Because the only other thing that we would be doing if you didn't do that was going into the Greek temple.
Oh.
If
Do you want to
if,
go talk to him more?
if for the sake of time, I could just tell you what he says.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't mind time-wise.
How does Lawrence feel about that?
Boulder.
Yeah, say it.
Yeah, there he is.
Well, I mean, if we're short on time, then
We're a little short on time. I think Saba might be able to get to the ending bit in an hour if we do it. So in that case, make your way to the Greek temple. I'll tell you what he says. So he's the one who does the ritual that vaporizes himself and opens up the time portal, right? Apparently, some weird, nonsensical part of that ritual means that as he opens the time portal, his consciousness gets sent back in time.
Oh.
So you, as a person, are physically going through a portal, which is why you get to keep all your stuff, right? He is doing Outer Wilds, where his mind goes back and he remembers all this stuff. Now, this might sound familiar to you, but after a few hundred loops of this, Sentius realized that he had accidentally stumbled upon immortality. And so he would rather everybody stay here and break the golden rule eventually, then let everybody escape. Because if they escape, they're going to die anyway. Right? That's his logic.
So he wants everyone here to be immortal too, technically?
He wants to be immortal. Everybody else just repeats the same, like, interval of time. Because Sentius's thing is that, like, even, like, you know, long... You remember Al Worth?
Mm-hmm.
The guy why you were sent here to go find? And the guy who hanged himself? Al Worth did all of the stuff that you're doing, like, thousands of loops. Like, thousands and thousands. He couldn't figure out how to do all this stuff, because apparently he's an idiot. He did it, like, thousands and thousands of times. And it was the sort of thing where Al Worth, because he's a good guy, he's a nice guy, convinced Sentius to, hey, what if we just let this play out? Like, what if we just let it play out and see how long we can last with this, right? And hundreds of loops later, trying to let people, you know, trying to guide them into being nicer people, this, that, and the other thing, it just kept failing. And so Sentius is like, fuck it. I'm just gonna make it happen. So the loop will always be broken. The golden rule will always be broken, because either Malleolus will have Domitius, you know, kill Sentius. Dooley will be released and will steal something. Or if neither of those things happen, Sentius will go up to the upper cistern and slit his own daughter's throat.
Oh.
Why does he need to do that?
Because you need to break the golden rule. In order.
So that's his insurance of, like...
The ritual doesn't work unless the golden rule has been broken.
Okay.
He didn't bring her up there for that purpose. He locked her there because she wanted to escape, and he needed to make sure that her knowledge of how to escape never left. So he locked her in the place where you can escape. In that room where she was all chained up, there's a door, like, out the back that you can just walk through and, like, you leave. It's really easy. It's just a hallway.
Yeah.
So that's that. But yeah, that's the thing. Apparently this entire time and through every single loop, Sentius has been a villain. If you had talked to Sentius more frequently, he actually he makes references to things that he should not know in between loops, which is really fascinating. And it's supposed to be like a hint that he's, you know, the ultimate villain of the story, quote unquote. So there you go.
Okay. So what's gonna happen now? Me going in here.
Yep. Do you remember what Georges said? Georges said that he would leave stuff out, and when he went to go investigate, he found that around the right side of the statue.
Ooh.
You don't need to crouch anymore.
Oh. Things are loading. I don't need the bow, do I?
No.
Long load.
It's loading still? It sounds like water, or I wonder if I'll find Kabash here.
Sounds like a choir.
True. There's that one voice.
Man, this place is big.
Quite a lot of stuff
You
here.
carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
Oh, it's the thing, yeah. My flashlight.
Welcome. May I ask your name?
You first.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
Looking for Kabosh.
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living.
I probably should have asked for his name since he didn't tell. I thought he would be nice enough to tell me.
Nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Don't they say not to say it? Well, I don't have an option.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
I'm assuming I should just do this.
I mean, that's really
Lucas.
sarcastic and rude.
Okay.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question.
Oh
Would
God,
you
he's gonna
say
ask
you
me
know the
names.
difference between right and wrong?
Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
In the underworld?
No, that's not the
Just in
question, Saba.
general?
Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Right is right and wrong is wrong? God, I'm not good with these types of things!
I know.
It's a
Annoying.
simple question, Saba.
Nah, she's gonna overthink it for another 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I am.
And
Yeah.
to what extent? In every situation?
Do you know right and wrong in every situation, Saba?
No.
So, you're not entirely confident. That is quite sensible. Indeed, I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little, in the broader scheme of things. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Whose version of right and wrong? I suppose so.
So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
I always do the right thing. I think things could probably overlap with one another. They would just be called different things.
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
This philosopher son of a bitch.
That's not true, based off of what we're talking about. I suppose, like, ultimately, like, if there's some things that are agreed upon regardless, then clearly there is a framework that there is some ground rules.
Let me guess. Is it yours?
I mean, I've done a lot of stuff. I allowed a guy to die. I bluffed my way and he jumped off, my dude, so...
You saved them before, it's fine.
Because only one time matters.
Yes.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Wait, I want to change my answer.
I don't think I need to change my answer.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense.
Is it morally correct to kill Hitler?
For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations.
Well, then I guess killing isn't morally absolute, is it?
Those situations are
Yeah, of course they say like self-defense and stuff like that. That's why we have our laws and stuff.
However, in this universe, like in
There
the
is-
underworld, if you kill anybody, period, you break the golden rule.
Except if they kill themselves.
True, suicide is fine. If Adolf Hitler was here in the underworld, you can't do anything to him. I guess you could convince him to commit suicide, but that's about it.
Because
Yeah,
the
he's done
only
it before, he can do it again.
utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
This one's like hard, right? Technically, in every ideal scenario, anything ideally could work. Though, in reality, tends not to work out because it's never ideal. It's always something or someone messes it up.
The word tyrant is inherently negative, right? That's what like the word specifically
yes, if
means.
we-
No, what
yes,
I'm saying
yeah.
is that I agree with you because technically, if you had like I don't know a single god or even a pantheon of gods that were always right and always did the correct thing, and everybody was happy with every single decision that was ever made, then yeah, in that ideal scenario, living under like a tyrannical rule wouldn't be that bad because there would be no difference between that and you
And,
making
like,
your own
any other
decisions.
system. Yeah,
Right?
true.
But the game very heavily implies that that's obviously not possible.
Yeah, so when he says tyranny, I guess I could probably agree with this statement.
Tyranny, life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I think that's a pretty easy statement to agree with.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Bro, who are you?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunk mercenary.
Oh, that's
It
not a
became
good
heated.
idea.
He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life.
Sometimes you
I
have
woke up on the
to
banks
be
of
careful
the
who you talk
Styx at a
to.
campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
I mean, he's probably Greek. He's like super old.
Greek rather than Roman.
Yeah.
They are one and the same. The Romans called
Okay.
him Pluto, but long before
Oh, he's just the hermit philosopher.
him Hades.
Great.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Interesting.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning.
So they're just aging, I guess.
One by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely.
In the underworld, you don't die of old age, but you can still die.
I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left.
And there you go.
Yeah.
That's where the offerings have been going.
So I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Ha! If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see.
Yeah, he just doesn't like it, okay.
Toying with me. Ha! You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription? It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
Okay. I'll let him continue, though I'm wondering what this has to do with Kabash.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me.
An Egyptian man.
The very thing you see.
Like all things.
An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
How did it get here?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Giorgio.
All right. To get down, you have to go down that pathway to your right. To your right.
This one?
Yep.
Hello, bathtub. Ah. I was surprised. I thought they were going to do like really deep. But it was like, oh, it was just a bit. But I mean, it's difficult, so it makes sense. It's always so dark. You think if I pull out my bow, it'll give me more light?
It's a good question. I don't know though. It's like passive light. It's not as focused.
Assuming that way. This seems to be the most... No.
Why would you put it away? Why would you put your bow away? There you go. So, there are people down here who have been around for so long that their flesh has naturally eroded away, whether by sand or water or rocks or what have you. And there's not a tremendous amount of them, but you will have to deal with them. So, have fun with that.
Thanks.
Fortunate.
So, Lawrence, how do you feel about this revelation?
It's a lot to take in.
He just nodded. What does that mean?
Like,
just go, Saba. We don't have time for this. Jesus. Like, we don't have time for you to be like, oh.
Shut up!
I mean, just relax. You're not usually supposed to be in a time crunch, so just let's everyone relax.
I say we vote Lawrence off the island.
I vote we take over your stream.
Good luck with that.
I can't tell if this guy is...
That's just a statue.
Okay.
Look at that. It's all Egyptian. Oh, good spotting. Wow, you got him. Good job.
I know, he's still...
Oh, Jesus.
Sava's
fucking nailed 3 of mummies in a row.
No.
Got him.
Me. Good. It's just so dark.
It's not.
It is.
There's a lot of fire, like everywhere.
It's pretty dark.
No, it's pretty dark, Zach.
It's the same thing that we were talking about in Outer Wilds. How, I don't know, Parsec's making it weirdly darker.
Really? I guess so.
It's pretty dark. Like my brightness is on full right now. I can't even see in that direction.
I wonder if there's a setting on Parsec or whatever that turns it, that like lowers the lights, that way it can transmit faster. I love the idea of these.
They are way more loud and angry.
I love the idea of these mummies just kind of standing around for literally hundreds of years, and then you show up and just start shooting them.
Yeah.
I got him.
Oh, well, he's all lit up now.
How do I get here? Okay.
You missed some of the things
What?
Like behind? No, like you're fine. You can keep going. It's nothing like super important. But there was like plaques on the wall that you could try to read, and I think that you can make out some of the words. I think if you're not an archaeologist, you can't read all of them. But it's like some of the stuff behind you was like, that's a real person, by the way. Some of the things behind you was like temple to this Egyptian god, temple to that Egyptian god.
Stop.
Ah, hello, Kabush.
Come any closer. Who are you?
Hello.
Serious?
I am Kabash. And let me guess.
No.
Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors.
How does he hear without getting attacked by mummies?
You can dodge them. The mummies don't aggro forever. If you get far enough away, they go back to being docile.
I feel like both of these are... Once again, I'm overthinking this. Lawrence, help me not overthink this.
Or you could just make a decision, Saba. Come on. Like, I believe in you.
What
Just flip a coin.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and
that was
restore
easy.
the honor of Osiris.
Sir?
Hell yeah, dude, let's add some more friggin' bringing gold.
Guess what? He has the other plaque.
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
What? The bottom one's mean.
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
Ah, so it's really funny. If you're an
So
archaeologist, you know that the name of the Egyptian underworld is Duat.
Oh, cool.
So I think the top option is fine, but he won't be as like pleasantly surprised by your knowledge, I don't think.
It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name
Osiris,
and replacing
Hades.
it with Hades.
Osiris, Hades,
Even
Pluto.
the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
What's the problem with
It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept.
What
I
was
sense
the ancient
a
civilization before
Perhaps
Egypt?
it is the work of Set, the
Babylon?
usurper, seeking to undermine
sure.
Osiris once more.
Mesopotamia? So he just said he doesn't know, right? Like he just said, I can't read it.
He
Yeah,
says
there's
it's in a
an
script that he
older
doesn't
text.
recognize. I don't know if that implies something, but I don't think you should lie to this guy. He does have a bow.
Yo, you have a cooler bow though.
This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Oh boy.
Please don't.
So begging, commanding, or
Guess what?
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up.
Damn, Cyrus, you crazy.
Do I need to do this, or can I just say I'll go?
I mean, you could talk to him about stuff. I think you mostly already did.
Yeah.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust
Well,
it
that's his
between
coin,
my
I
hips.
guess.
I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman
People just call
described
Kirti
in the
sometimes?
Book of the Dead.
That's a little bit of a weird hitch, right? Because you didn't recognize Charon because it was Karen. You know what I mean? Whereas this guy, it's like, my name is
Kirti.
Death.
Yeah. But it's like, but that would be the same thing, but it's like, we don't have, and that's why I was like, do other people like normally have the name Karate? Because like, people around us aren't normally called just Death or Reaper. You know? Oh. I don't think
I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know what could possibly lie beneath the underworld. Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise.
Apparently, some people would be named after some of the gods.
Okay.
So, not exactly common, but not unheard of.
I guess it's the same way how some people are called Jesus.
I was about to say,
It's just
that's
their
literally
name.
what the thing that I just read said, was that it's similar to how some people are named Jesus or Jesus or Chris.
Falls to me.
You know what I mean?
I was gonna say Christian is a name.
John, Mary,
you are
you know, all these names.
Yeah. So it's not so crazy.
But now, could you imagine if the lady sitting there was like, "Hi, my name's Jesus."
I have to.
We shall see.
All right. Have fun.
Right.
Hey, maybe the Egyptian underworld won't be so bad.
You're in the Egyptian underworld.
Yeah.
Now you have to grab the plaque. It's at the bottom of the water. So, oh no, that's not fair. It told you. Oh, I thought that was going to be something really interesting. I mean, you skipped over it. I don't know if you even read it.
What?
Oh, Sumerian.
Nergal, the fierce
you were
one.
right.
So I thought that my character got an advantage because they were an archaeologist and they knew what it was. Because remember, he didn't know. Kabash.
Yeah.
So it's like, I thought it was like, ooh, and I thought it would be really cool if it was like unknown plaque. I can't read this, you know?
Yeah, but it just tells you, I guess. You were like,
yeah. So it's Nurgle. So yeah, according to this game, and also substantiated by a lot of historical evidence, evidently, the precursor to Egypt was Sumeria.
Oh wow.
Some of this stuff is a little bit reminiscent of.
So this is something. So as you're making your way through here, I can just kind of, you know
which way I'm supposed to be going?
The Sumerian underworld was apparently largely considered a prison. Yeah, so that's kind of why it looks like this, because the idea was that if you didn't... By the way, that's a trap.
Am I supposed to go past it?
Well, yes, you're going to have to, but step on that circle and then step to your left.
The classic ball.
That will instantly kill you. There's no recovering from that, period. I think each trap only triggers once, so you're fine. Just keep an eye out for those.
So I'm not supposed to go that way?
No. No. Go to... Yeah, that way. You're fine. But yeah, and I think that's really interesting, because it's like... because I guess this is something like part of the conceptual idea of cities being built on top of other cities, right? Like the place where we started, the Roman underworld where we started, was on top of a cave system, but the cave system wasn't the Greek underworld. You know what I mean? Like it was just a cave system.
Am I going to trigger this regardless of what happens? Like I can't go past it?
Yes, you can go past it.
Okay, good.
There is an achievement for stepping on all of them, but not getting hit by the boulder, though, and I would appreciate that. Because I don't think I had the opportunities to do it on mine, because I just avoided them. I just need to stand
over here?
I don't know where it's going to come from, but you should be fine. Just pay attention. I think step on it and then step, to your right. Because I'm assuming it's going to come from that direction. Just step on it and then step back. There it is. God, how funny would it be if it turned and like came at you? Real quick, before you do this, warning once again, because this is one of those things where if you mess up, you will have to like restart the whole conversation. You're gonna meet somebody at the top of the staircase. You have to navigate the dialogue. Just keep that in mind. There is a failure state in this upcoming dialogue. Also a trap.
You think this will be enough for it to not hit me?
No idea.
When I told you that you would not find a way back,
somehow you got ahead of you.
That was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
I can't do that.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true
And
God
Lawrence, don't be afraid to help Saba out maybe with some of these decisions.
Very well, I will listen. But
no insulting, no lying.
Or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you
Bad timing, someone's knocking on my door. Give me a second.
Something can be destroyed by the truth. It deserves to be destroyed.
There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before.
No, that feels like, so you're fine with like them replacing all of this stuff, which I don't even like that in reality. I don't like that.
Well, it's just a delivery.
I'm just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk.
That seems neutral enough, yeah.
I think that's because it's like, if something deserves to be destroyed, right? That feels like destroyed is a very aggressive word.
Yeah.
Why?
And a no shame building just doesn't sound that good.
But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
This is the only one that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate.
Congratulations.
Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer.
Now just let yourself die.
Of the one.
Great.
Well.
Oh, that's where it came from. I would have died where I had stood.
I'm going to help you a little bit. Yeah, continue from last save. You're fine. I'm gonna help you a little bit. You need to convince him that it's fine that Egypt is based on Sumeria.
Oh.
So that
okay.
thing where you guys were like, that feels a little weird. That's the whole point of this discussion, is the idea that just because someone comes after you and builds on stuff doesn't mean that that's inherently a bad thing.
Yeah, I just figured that since he was seemingly opposed with it, that mentioning it
would piss him off. I don't disagree.
So there's no shame.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
Isn't it possible that each have more than one true name? I think, I was thinking this.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Yes. But don't say that.
Isn't being a good person with leprosy in and of itself? I wonder, like, where did the idea of being a good person come from his thing?
Because he's being very... This is how you do an argument, Saba. He's being very aggressive with his current line of thinking, so you are diverting his attention to something that is similar but different. That's how arguments work.
No, I get it. It's just sometimes the tangential thing is a little weird.
I mean, the other option is like, yeah, your priests are fucked. Get over it.
Yeah.
So obviously you're not picking that one.
Speak plainly.
Even if your belief about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing?
Only good person to expect a reward. Thinking the first.
I think both of them are similar.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character?
Persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will.
Congratulations. You successfully navigated that discussion.
The foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
He knew another. Okay, since I know where this is coming from.
He was particularly upset because he lived in such rage at the idea that the Greeks stole from the Egyptians, right? And then to learn that his people stole from even older people is like, well, shit. Now all that rage that I had directed at them should now be directed at me.
There's just a ladder here.
Just a wooden ladder. Just a multi-100-year-old wooden ladder.
As long as the termites don't get to it.
Oh my god, gold, like undead termites.
Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot that this shoots.
The bow?
How the fuck were you climbing the ladder while you were...
I'm so used to pressing the R2 to like run that now I'm just like...
Congratulations, you made it out. You now have access to the surface. And you have all 4 plaques. Where are you going?
Which way was the out?
Not the way, that way. Yeah, there you go. You should let go of your bow so you can run. Put your bow away and then run.
But the danger. The danger
of what?
No.
This is where the philosopher was, remember?
Yeah, the danger.
Of the philosopher has a gun.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Okay, so now I can go...
You carry the gift of Prometheus.
Thank you, sir. I know I got it.
So, if you want, we only have 8 minutes left, so we're definitely going to run a little bit long. But you can do the true ending of the game now, if you want.
I'm not missing anything?
I don't think so. If you want to open your quest menu real quick to see if there's anything that you didn't do.
So yeah.
Or not.
5 seconds.
Loading.
Loading.
5 seconds.
Loading. There's like, what, 5 loading screens in the game, I think? Like loading zones?
Guess so.
So I'm assuming the thing with like Persephone isn't really essentially a thing. I think so. This is like the true ending, right? I don't think you can just ask her to.
If you ask Equitia, like, can I get help from the gods to get out? She'll talk about Proserpina and how maybe Proserpina can help you out in exchange for a favor, but that ends up meaning that you need to go get the 4 plaques.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. I think you have a decent chunk of time, but now we got to get to the Temple of Pluto. All the way at the top.
Oh, he's still there. Okay.
I do think it's funny though, because how long does a flashlight battery normally last?
Depends on the flashlight. I don't know.
Right, but like a flashlight battery would, in theory, end, right?
Eventually, yeah.
I would love it if you did too many loops. Your battery and your flashlight would just run out. Because it's the same flashlight, right? I think that'd be really funny.
Do you want a quick save at the top here?
No, it's gonna quick save for you.
Oh, nice.
All right. You should like look at them, I guess. Because like, what was this one? This one was Greek. Look up.
Looks Greek.
You can like look. Well, your light's kind of fucking with it a little bit, but because I think so. This is Greek, yeah. Because this is Egyptian. The next one is Sumerian,
yeah.
Which is why everything looks like that.
Super.
And then finally Roman.
Yeah, the newest. Yeah.
It is open.
All music is gone. Loading? Loading?
Welcome to the 5th loading screen. That's why I was thinking about it.
Oh.
All of these
are his name, sure, but
yeah.
looking at the room that you're in right now, which one do you think it is?
Probably Pluto, right? Since we're in the Roman... I missed the room, but I'm assuming that's correct, yeah.
Then click it.
Yay! Ah, so it gives you a room and then you have to guess the name. Okay.
Well, I
This
mean, they will go
one-
in a pattern. That I'm sure
I'm
you'll
assuming
pick
this
up on.
one's Greek then.
I mean, the Greek
Yes,
columns hint at that. And then this one is
They're go-
Egyptian.
we're going back in time.
Back in time. All right.
Ouch.
All right. Before you hit this last door, go up to the door. But before this last door, I need to say a thing. So, to honor the message that was on the very front of the game after you hit play, this is it. This is the final thing of the game. It is the really big, important thing. If anyone is watching this VOD, I highly, highly, highly recommend playing Forgotten City. If everything that you've seen up to this point was interesting and you're okay with just going through it, that's fantastic. Do your own thing. It's great. But this ending is very, very significant. And there's no way of unlearning it. So if anybody's watching this and they want to experience this ending for themselves, play it and then come back.
Okay.
So.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Tech?
Just walk.
Alien?
Just walk forward.
Were you an AI?
Gods are aliens! Holy shit!
Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so gracefully that there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Okay. Just to give you a clue as to what you're doing here, because this is another one. You did this twice already. You had the philosopher who was asking you a lot of really interesting questions, but there was no way to fail that conversation. It always would have led to the logical conclusion that he wanted you to get to, right?
Yeah.
Talking with Kabash could fail, as you saw, where he would attack you. This is essentially both. You need to come to a logical conclusion where now you're the philosopher and you're trying to guide Pluto, or let's just call him Hades. You're trying to guide Hades to your logical conclusion that you want, but if you do it wrong, you will lose and you have to redo the entire temple. It's not much, but you do have to do the whole thing.
The temple of like the doors?
Yeah, just the 4 doors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not terrible, but you know, you do have to restart the whole thing.
So
but
just real fast, can I ask all of
literally all of these, just go through the whole thing. He's gonna tell you so much interesting shit.
Okay.
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with you.
They are alien. Fine.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
May I see your true form?
No.
No. Should I ask this?
Just
though?
pick it. Yes.
Okay.
Long ago, I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind.
Okay.
I must honor that.
So then the woman on your left is Proserpina.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans.
I don't think she's
Or
breathing,
perhaps
my
you
dude.
might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Oh.
I got it.
Your gaze lingers too long.
Your gaze lingers too long. Get your eyes off my woman.
That is my servant.
Ooh.
You would have met
Oh.
by the river, though she wears many faces.
Karen?
She goes by many
That's Karen.
Karen!
Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans.
I like how
Her
he
role
says
is to
basically the
ferry
same thing, but
souls
because we
between
see the
mortal world
letters.
and this one,
Yeah.
and to make their transition as seamless.
Oh yes, Charon and Charon.
For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will
Why your
talk
arms
more
floating
later.
like that?
For now,
Ugh.
ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
Wager?
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We
Elysium.
discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality.
Oh, maybe that's why, Lords. Maybe she's not actually alive.
And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her.
Oh, that's why she's
And then
like, I can't
pleaded
move.
with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to us.
So this is just an
But
experiment.
he refused. I did
Oh.
everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made.
Well, even if they were.
But seeing
God.
that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium.
And that's a lot of people.
My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Dang, how am I supposed to convince him of something that has never happened?
It's tough.
He's not allowed to do anything, so what about the golden rule? Well, I mean, I guess we'll get to it.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a lot of dialogue.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
Many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names.
Nah, fam,
Our
I knew
leader,
Greek
Jupiter,
better.
as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno.
No, dude, that's the
Nerva,
planets. I
Mars,
still...
Venus, Apollo,
Give us the
Diana,
names.
Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion.
Well, that's why it's called Sumeru, Lawrence.
And
Sumeria.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had them build the entrance
I just
as a
realized that.
vertical
Very
shaft
nice.
leading to baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place.
So we already had it?
They arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Oval, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it.
So it took 3,000 years for 2,998 coins to be in the possession of somebody when they died.
I know after this, there's only 2 left.
Do you understand what that means? When are you right now?
In Roman time.
And you and Al Worth in present day find this place.
We were the 2 people left.
There were 2 coins left, and
Yeah.
somehow you 2 came to the possession of them and then died. So you'll recall that Al Worth is already dead, right? Because he's a golden statue being hung. You are literally the last hope for humanity to maybe ascend to Elysium.
What about that? No, I'm assuming the philosopher, because he technically should have died.
Yeah.
Doesn't count.
He like, if he were to present himself, it would immediately like, no, you were supposed to fail.
Okay.
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was the King of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words twisted and distorted.
I think that's really cool.
Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them...
No, and those are the people we talked about.
A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
3,000-year game of telephone.
More or less.
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why are you turning people into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered,
And so
she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean.
Tainted by sin.
To make way for
The bet was that an entire city of people needed to go a year. Right? So if even one person does it, they all need to die.
Line the halls of this city, inanimate.
And he was like, all right, time to just start all
Suspended
over.
in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind.
Think about that too, by the way. The Sumerians that were living down here, or not living down here, but like the ones that were covered in gold, have been able to see and hear complete silence for 3,000 years, and then you show up and trigger a bunch of boulder traps and have an argue with an Egyptian man. So you're responsible for destroying all these lives.
I give your kind a second chance of life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no. You destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
So some of the golden statues
were people.
Well, no, I'm saying so some of the golden statues were people, and then some of them were separate. Those were like Furies.
My understanding of this was that all statues were people.
Okay.
Right? It was just that some of them were offered the opportunity of like, hey, be my Fury, because I said so.
Because they're dangerous statues.
Morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Real quick, before you select anything, that is the golden rule. All of this stuff that we've been doing the whole game where it's like, oh, murder breaks the golden rule and this breaks the golden rule, but why doesn't suicide? Why doesn't extortion through money? Why doesn't debt bondage break it, right? These are all bad things that people do. Why don't they break the golden rule? The golden rule is if you do something to someone else that you do not want them to do to you, you have broken the golden rule.
So it is a thing of like you decide what the golden rule is.
Essentially, that's why like Dacius, the reason why he's able to extort people for money, essentially, like to sell things at exorbitantly high prices, is because he has such a low moral code that if someone were to do it to him, he'd be like, good hustle.
It is what it is.
You got me.
You got me. You know.
And even the magistrate, fucking what's his name, that has his daughter chained up.
Yep.
You would have done to himself.
In theory.
Because it might break the golden rule, maybe.
Well,
maybe I'm thinking
the logic for Sentius is the idea that if someone else had discovered the secret to immortality, because Sentius is an old man who has a terrible, terrible fear of death, he would understand if that person would lock him up in pursuit of immortality.
Dang.
Right?
Okay, so that
Aurelia,
makes
the
sense.
lady at the tavern, she hands people poison and tells them to go fuck themselves, right? Same thing as Dacius. If someone did that to her, she'd be like, you know what? You got me. And that's how all this makes sense. And so that was the thing at the very beginning of the game where I told you to not choose fucking archaeologist, was because I thought that if you chose thief, like the petty thief, that your character might not have a problem stealing because other people would be okay stealing from you.
Then what was the amnesiac?
I do legitimately believe that the amnesiac allows you to get away with lying. I tried to look it up for like definitive answers as to like what these things do and do not do, and I couldn't find a definitive answer on the amnesiac. But if you were the soldier, you can threaten someone's life and it won't break the golden rule. If you're the thief, I believe you can steal and it won't break the golden rule. And I believe as the amnesiac, you can lie and it won't break the golden rule. The only background that doesn't give you a weird advantage in this way is the archaeologist, where the archaeologist just gives you more dialogue options.
Okay, because they're like wholesome, I guess, because they're just...
They don't have any,
It's their profession,
moral, they
you know?
don't have any moral whatevers. It's just more interesting as opposed to gaining advantages. But yeah, I can tell you for certain when it was 2:30 a.m. and I finished this game for the first time and I heard that, I was fucking pogging out of my mind. Like, that's so smart. The idea that the whole game is based around the idea of like, just don't fuck around. You know?
Yeah, don't do what you wouldn't do to others, yeah.
That's why when you told that guy that was falling off the cliff to do a flip, you would do a flip.
Well,
so...
you would be okay with someone telling you to do a flip.
Because you're like, who knows who I am, you know? I may deserve that.
You know? So
Or
there you go.
I was just thinking
it doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either.
That's an interesting one. I think you get to do all of these. I'm not quite sure. But the middle one is definitely interesting.
Should I go with that first then, you think?
You could try.
Okay.
He's actually incredibly patient.
You clearly know nothing.
Okay, a little impatient then.
Oh, fuck.
I could just talk to him again.
Yes, you
about
can.
That.
I've always no, this should.
My bad. I was trying to steer you towards a really interesting conversation topic, and I clearly fucked up.
That's fine. He didn't say much to begin with, I guess.
What was the third one?
You lie to him saying I've lived that way all my life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the one I was thinking of.
I'm able
Fuck.
to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Is Proserpina connected to the statues in the same way?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not.
Oh.
Why do you ask?
Well, I'm not gonna...
No reason.
Then what an odd question.
You guys are both here.
I've seen some terrible things that you don't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Suicide.
They all work.
You get to ask him all of these because it's fascinating hearing his logic as to why these are okay.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I've seen no such thing, but in any case...
Because we saved him.
Because you saved...
No,
well,
we saved him.
Oh,
Yeah.
you saved him
Well,
already.
the thing is that he's totally fucking lying because there are definitely people in Egypt and Sumeria and fucking Greece that definitely killed themselves.
Has done
You know what I mean?
to others.
Extremely literal interpretation of the rule.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
If our language is full of ambiguity, doesn't that make the rule inherently subjective and unreliable?
You're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
No.
Yeah, the I am right. Be like,
right.
Do it, bro. I dare you.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
It's still bright as midday, and it's like 7:30 where I am.
How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
He wouldn't want someone else to demand an outrageous price for medicine he needed when he was dying.
That is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway.
Oh, he's like, even if I live in that world, it doesn't matter because I got the money.
You can't know what he would expect. You're just speculating.
True.
You don't actually know that because you're not omniscient. You know, and by the way, you know for a fact he's not omniscient because he doesn't know about the fucking hermit philosopher in the cave.
Yeah. I feel like this is just gonna give us, do you want me to turn you back into gold again?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'll say fair enough.
Now tell me, what others...
Debt bondage.
You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
He wouldn't want to be trapped in a 30-year labor contract because of a loan.
His labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others.
So, it's not that he wouldn't want people to do it, it's he wouldn't do it, period. You know? Someone would offer him that 30-year contract and he'd be like, go fuck yourself. I'm Quintius, I have money. The whole concept of debt bondage, like slavery, is unethical. It's illegal under international law where I'm from.
I feel like that would just once again result in... He's like, well then meh.
Irritating sense of moral superiority. This is...
Unless it fails the conversation, you should at least try. It's customary to take out a loan to buy a house, and in some places to pay for an education.
So you mean something that you're required to pay back? Like, I don't know, debt?
Mm-hmm.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt?
It depends. Typically decades, sometimes their entire life.
He's just like,
wait,
well,
that's
worse
wrong.
than what he... What?
Their entire life. That's two. That's two, modern storyteller. We found two misspellings.
We fucking got you by the balls.
We got you by the balls.
I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
In a very literal sense, it's not the same thing, because while it's true that I am drowning in student debt right now, I am not literally forced to work in somebody's house scrubbing floors.
But you could have potentially, if you were asked, like, if this will give you the money if you do this, you probably could have done the same thing.
Right, but it's like illegal in the modern world to do something like that. Like in theory, debt bondage in this context is actually more like employment than a loan, which is really weird. Because debt bondage means that the person who owns your debt gets to tell you what to do, whereas a loan is just, oh, you have to pay it back somehow. They don't care how. You know?
Okay.
So it's one of those things where it's like, in this particular context, I wish I could have been like, you know, in the story writer's room being like, I think this is actually closer to employment than loans. But anyway.
Okay.
Now tell me, what other sins?
Experiments on golden statues.
Wife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
She wouldn't want to be experimented on if she was gilded.
Do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine.
Okay.
Once again, extremely literal interpretation, because they're not others, they're things.
Oof.
I guess...
So you could say I see and just skip it.
Yeah, okay. Because this is like, it's interesting.
A lot of these come back to him. You're right. A lot of these come back to him saying, should I turn you all into gold? Abduction, such as Sentius.
You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape.
There you go. That was the thing. So, so Hades was like, yeah, good job, bro.
Albeit brutishly. Then I have to wipe out the...
So he's like, just because it's in my favor.
Do you agree?
Like, it'd be worse for me if she did that. I'm just gonna let him, I guess.
Now tell me, what others...
It's no wonder people say the gods are cruel. This just shows how unreliable and subjective your moral code is. You're no better at judging right from wrong from any human.
This seems very forward.
You should, I mean, you literally have to do it.
I have no choice, yeah.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
Probably not.
No, but that's my point. Nobody's grasp of right and wrong is perfect, and they can be trusted with all this power. You've become a tyrant. This is the reason why the philosopher taught you this.
And if you did, you'd be
Now,
proving my point.
Did you have any other questions before your reckoning?
Let's talk about something
Let's talk
else.
about something else.
Very well.
That's all the questions I had.
Good. And now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But
I don't remember anything.
I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
You went back in time.
Oh, this is
This is the
past.
past. None of these people have met you before. Maybe you're getting forgetful in your old age. Don't say I'm from the future.
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
I mean, in a literal, like, my concern here is that, unfortunately, I don't remember how to not tell him that Proserpina is helping you.
I misspoke. I arrive here.
So I guess you can tell him that you're from the future, and that's fine, just as long as you don't say Proserpina did it.
Oh, it was Proserpina that did it?
Yes.
There was a ritual, right? So I mean, he knows we're gonna lie. So you said it was fine, so I'm trusting you here. I mean, we can just. This
I
is
hope
just
it's
right.
fine.
If but like, even if I fail, I
Worst
just have
comes
to
to
redo
worst, you can
parts
just
of this
skip through a bunch
conversation.
of dialogue.
Yeah, yeah.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
You just be like, I don't know.
I was hoping you'd tell me.
Yeah.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina has slumbered for 3,000
He can't tell I'm lying to him.
Yeah.
So
you know this. You're challenging his omnipotence.
I guess this means you don't know everything that goes on here.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'd like for you to put an end to the golden rule.
I'm here to kill you.
Never mind. I'll be going now.
So
I
before we click on this option, because we're going to be getting into the end game in a second. So everything that you just did was just information, right? There was no failing that per se, except for the obvious ones. But this, where you're coming up, is the actual debate that you're going to have with a god. So good luck with that. The two of you are going to need to really think about the phrasing of how things work. But the other thing I was going to say was that I forgot to mention it as you were walking up to the throne. There were golden statues along the side. The golden statues are modeled after developers on the team.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
So we missed that,
pretty
unfortunately,
cool.
but at least I let you know now. You're here to break the golden rule, by the way.
Okay.
You're not just trying to get out of here, because you could have did that with what's-her-face. So you're here to break the golden rule.
I got it. Okay. That's just what I was gonna ask.
Your hubris is amusing.
I never taken a debate class. Let's go, Lawrence.
If you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments,
But he just
you face death.
he doesn't know I'm lying
So,
to him. But I don't think that's. Yeah.
Why should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
It doesn't actually help you.
If you're doing this
Wow,
for
that
love,
top
you
one
should
is
know that
tough.
Proserpina doesn't love you. Don't do that one. How can
No.
you expect us to live without sin if you can't do it yourself? The golden rule is corrupting this city and ensuring you'll never win the wager. because this is the final challenge of the game, this is one of those things where, you know how on multiple choice tests at school, like,
yeah,
2 of the options would obviously be wrong, but then 2 of the options would
Yeah.
be pretty close.
Yeah. When did I go
middle
back to
ones.
school again? When did I step into this philosophy class?
There was
Why
a white
am I suddenly
hallway
taking
at
a
the
pop
end of 4
quiz?
doors. That's when you stepped into school.
Yikes. Okay, Lawrence.
Oh yeah.
What? You're
Not okay us. It's okay, Lawrence.
No, I was about to say, okay, Lawrence, let's think about this. I was
okay,
including, yeah,
okay,
it was
okay.
an us statement. It was an us statement.
Okay.
I think this isn't right because it's not him who has to prove anything. Right?
Well, I mean, he should be the role model. If he's the one that made the rule and he can't do the rule himself, then
But once again, like, it's like mortals do what like he's not interfering, right? He's not doing anything until like someone breaks it and then he's like, meh, right?
Sure.
But because the golden rule exists, like, it inherently, like, the thing with the tyranny, right? You're going to inherently have someone who wants to enforce what their moral code is upon others because they think they're right.
maybe.
So, like, this leads me to, like, the tyranny thing more than, like, this.
So then you think that the golden rule is the thing that's corrupting the city?
Yeah, like, when you make something so vague, right, that whoever comes afterwards, there's gonna have to be some enforcement, right? Because whoever... you're going by your own moral code, right? And if you think your moral code is correct, you're going to try to force everyone else to follow your own moral code.
This makes sense.
So am I dragging you onto my side here with this one kind of being right?
I mean, it's not like I wasn't on your side. It's just I just wanted to hear your arguments about it.
Because this
know, it sounds
one,
like
like,
it worked.
I get it, but I also, like, once again, the argument of him being like, well, I don't have to do this, you guys do, it's not my problem.
But if he can't, like, that's the thing. If he can't avoid the problem himself, then how can he expect humans to? Hold on, someone's.
Okay, because, like, I'll let him go deal with that. The second one is, because we just talked to him about, like, subjectivity is, like, within the, like, eye of the beholder. So it's, like, the rule system doesn't even make any sense. Like, I get it, but no one can win with this rule system. Because if no one can agree to one thing...
That's not how it works. They don't all have to come to a consensus. Each individual person has to follow their own golden rule. There isn't one golden rule governing everybody. Everybody has their own independent golden rule that if any one of them breaks it, they all get punished.
No, yeah, but I'm saying, like, if everyone agreed collectively on what the golden rule is, then no one would feel the need to fight each other on it. Like,
yeah, like you wouldn't have someone like Malleolus who doesn't believe that it exists.
Yeah.
Right.
So, like, that's what I'm saying, right? So that is why I'm also in favor kind of the second, but that's like the only argument I
If
could,
you
like,
chose the
think of.
second option, you would then have to try to convince Hades that he has sinned. Not an impossible task, but obviously pretty difficult. The third option is whether or not the golden rule is flawed, which I think is a much easier option, right?
The second one, I think potentially you could convince him that Proserpina wanted to be human, so him holding her in a state of animation goes against what she wants.
Because he wouldn't want that to happen to him.
Yeah, if he asked something, he wanted to do something, I'm pretty sure, like, he would dislike it if someone stopped him.
Well, that's the thing. Who's to say that he doesn't want that to happen to him?
Then that leads me back to the golden rules, freaking.
So pick it. Let's go.
That's why I'm thinking that your choice is correct. Just because, well, the second choice we have to prove that he was sinned.
And Proserpine is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, and who's to say that if he did make a sin, who's to say that he's willing to take a golden arrow to the chest and be turned into gold?
Yeah,
I just think it's gonna be harder to prove. So I'm taking the third option.
All right, now let's go.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
So
Okay,
we already explained away the Dacius one because you talked to people, right? Like you talked to him about Dacius price gouging. You talked to him about Malleolus keeping people in debt bondage.
Oh, and Rufius is the only one.
The only one that you didn't talk about.
So obviously it's defaulting to this. So like irrationality, like if you're...
Because they don't get to know what the golden rule is, like they don't have it explained to them when they arrive in the Forgotten City, it means that it's so ambiguous that it could be anything, right? Rufius doesn't actually care if Virgil is... Like Rufius doesn't care that he might be gay. He's concerned that an unknowing, unconvincing god might be afraid that he's gay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of the ambiguity of the whole thing, it leaves way too much interpretation.
Yeah. And so, because I was just thinking, like, so does Dooley actually care if, like, someone steals from him, I guess? That's why he's like, don't take the key, but, like, him stealing breaks the golden rule.
Right.
Okay.
Because, like, he doesn't see what he does as stealing, but if someone were to go, like you said, if someone were to go into his cell, take the key to the cisterns and leave, he would be upset.
Yeah.
Just because he doesn't recognize that those are the same concepts doesn't mean that he wouldn't be breaking the rule.
Okay, so then let's go with Rufius since we just discussed this.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one.
Fucking never mind. I guess you gotta do all of them.
Oh, okay.
True. I have witnessed him doing that. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, I can just do this too.
Oh,
okay.
Sure. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have?
Okay, you better give me Proserpine, please.
Didn't you abduct
There you
Proserpina?
go.
You've trapped people in a city against their will. You've given terrible punishments to hundreds of people for minor sins, some who committed no sins at all. These are all good arguments.
I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans of my so-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way.
Right, but she doesn't
matter,
want.
buddy.
She doesn't
Yeah, that
want
doesn't
to be
matter.
held in suspended animation.
But didn't she choose to die? Yeah.
It was an act of rebellion against the
You're trying to rationalize
Ah!
now.
Saba's picking
You're
up on it. That's literally what he was. That's literally what he was criticizing humans for earlier.
I reject your argument.
Damn, judge, jury, and executioner here.
He just rationalized himself, even though it's like he's being a hypocrite. Like he just
A really interesting facet of classical philosophical debates is doing this sort of thing, where you force people to state vocally like things that you then use as evidence later. So it's like a part A, part B debate sort of thing. So I think you're all set. I think you're doing great.
People were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist?
Maybe.
Maybe. I'm about to say.
Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish. and you
Okay.
are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your argument.
Bro, that first one's the best, though.
Alright, I need a trade. Get your brothers Zeus and Poseidon in here. I want them to hear.
But they're at freaking Elysia.
Oh, wait, fucking
No one's here.
Call them and I'll stand on the Fifth Amendment. I ain't saying shit until they get here.
But you're the lawyer. He's the judge. That's not how this works. All right, go. Do it.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively.
Right, but that doesn't make any sense, because if each person has their own idea of what virtue is, then how are they supposed to keep people, like, in line? If your positions were reversed, you wouldn't want me to punish you for the sins of other people.
Reverse the golden rule on him.
Oh.
But I am a god, and you are a
Oh,
mortal.
well, see, there you go.
Why would
He's
I
like, I'm a god, obviously. I don't need to do that.
You are not
You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as
Guess
you would
what, fucko? You just admitted to sin.
they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights?
Lie.
Wait, okay. Zach just said something. Can you, like, explain, please? As I'm like,
What is the golden rule?
don't do something you wouldn't do to someone else.
Well, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Right?
Yeah.
You'll recall that this whole argument that you're in right now is trying to convince him that he is a sinner, just like everybody else that he's turned gold. He doesn't believe right now that he's sinned because he is a god and you are a mortal. But guess what? Due to your superior, or due to your inferior, as you would have your superior do to you. That's what the Romans said.
And they agree with. Okay.
So I would say no. By the way, but I don't know. Maybe
No.
you do you.
But like, okay, based on what he's saying, no, you wouldn't give ants rights. Just they.
I mean, we do have animal rights.
Because that would be
Yeah, but I'm talking about
not
ants.
to ants, right? You know.
For me to treat your kind as equals.
That's not fair, because she used to be like a.
She used to be a god. Yeah.
So it won't be good.
What makes your kind superior to mine?
Where to begin? Our life.
Once again, this is really great classical debate techniques because you're making him use phrasing that you're going to be using later in your argument. It's so good, dude.
To imagine.
Lifespan? So you're not immortal then?
So you bleed?
Oh, the top one's interesting though. Why does wisdom and technology make you superior?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because that is the source of our power over you.
So you think you're not obliged to treat us fairly because you're more powerful than us?
You could say that.
I can't. I can't
there we
make an
go.
argument. I'm out of juice.
I love the idea of just being like, I ran out, my head hurts.
Yeah.
My kin have no superiors.
But didn't you say Jupiter was your leader? There's a hierarchy within your
True.
kin. So in a way, if this was Jupiter, you'd be fucked.
Yeah, but it's not. So suck it. Huh. Okay, but yeah.
That is
Okay.
true. Go on. Make your point, mortal.
I just made my point. Yeah, I'm gonna say the top one.
Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no, the very thought of it grieves me.
I mean, that's
How can
fine.
I
You can be
accept your
mad.
argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
You're not a monster. You're a human, and you made a mistake. Happens
What did this-
happens all
Would this
the
insult
time.
him? If we called him a human?
Well, remember what he said at the very beginning. They chose to have human forms because human forms allow them to experience things that their
That's
true
true. I
forms
was
don't.
thinking about the emotion stuff, and like along with the emotions.
Part of emotion and sensation is,
It's
I guess,
human.
according to
Yeah.
this, the ability to make mistakes.
Well, yeah.
Wait, what? What are you saying?
I like the top.
I like the top.
I agree.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean
Maybe Jupiter fucked you up.
Yeah.
More about you than anyone proposed.
I don't know if Jupiter was necessarily wise enough to come to this conclusion like 3,000 years ahead of the actual like revelation, but I do think that the idea of like their inherent species not having the ability to make mistakes does mean that they don't have a way of properly addressing this concept, you know? Because in, you know, in real life, when you make a mistake, you can either fix it or deal with the consequences. What do you do if your society has never made a mistake ever?
Yeah, it's indeed tough one.
Perhaps he made a mistake too. Perhaps he wanted you to abandon the wager so Proserpina would be free from you. Perhaps he felt threatened by you and didn't want a potential challenger in Elysium. Perhaps he left you behind because your own kin didn't want you. I would personally say the top one. Because once again, it's only human. And you'll recall, they all chose to be humans.
They all took on that form. But did they stay that way?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because the second one is also an interesting idea.
It seems like Proserpina is a pretty touchy subject.
No, yeah, I'm saying like, but even if like that was like the case, dang, it's like a large, because it's basically like, I'm gonna put you in the situation until you realize that you're wrong, which will be forever, and then you'll still be screwed by the end of it.
Pretty much.
So yeah, okay, I can agree with the first one.
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us.
But he's wearing a meat suit. Yes.
Foibles.
Foibles.
Your words sting me, mortal.
Music changed?
It is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer.
He looks sad
I've been
now.
so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice, quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
I just want to go home.
Just want to return, but why can't we go to Elysium? I mean...
I'm just thinking that a lot of humans' goal is not necessarily to go to Elysium, it's just to live out their lives. That's why I'm thinking just to return to the world.
May ever ascend. Yeah, I don't... Like, I want to think about the bottom one, but my brain's just like, no. So I'm just like, okay.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
That is not what I want. I will have Charon. Wait, what'd you pick?
I said I just want to
Enter
go
the
back to
world.
the world.
Oh, okay. Ooh, sorry. I was reading something on my phone and I thought you fucked up the true ending.
Which was asking why we can't go to Elysium?
I don't know. Not saying anything. Just saying that I was scared. That's all.
So, okay. That's not what I want or why. Because it feels like I would want to say both of these.
Sure, just say why.
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time.
Okay,
Bro,
told him you're
something
from
else.
the future, right?
Are you
We
ready?
told him, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so real quick, before you hit that, I want to talk about some stuff that I think is really interesting before we get into like end credits type stuff. So, you recall that I told you that one of the first endings that you can get in the game is to just pull out your gun as the soldier and shoot Sentius in the head, preventing the ritual from ever completing. The ritual gains its power. The only reason why the ritual works is because of Proserpina, who is currently suspended in animation directly next to you. Throughout this conversation, there were multiple occasions where you had the opportunity to just be like, fuck this, and pull out your bow. If you tried to attack Charon, it would just phase through them. They can't be hit by the arrow. If you tried to hit Hades with it, it would simply deflect offwards and just bounce in a crazy direction. You could even kill yourself by doing that. And while you're doing that, he's also shooting homing projectiles that don't ever miss. They will hit you and you will die. The only option is to shoot Proserpina, thus encasing her in gold, effectively killing her and meaning that the ritual can't be completed, thus making a paradox.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's really interesting because it's a really roundabout way of doing that. It's effectively, because apparently it was in the very late beta stages of the game, somebody who was beta testing, like in the public, was like, "Hey, why doesn't this work?" And it's very similar to the multiple use thing from Outer Wilds, where the developers didn't think about it and were like, "You know what? You make a lot of sense," and then they added it in as an ending. So that's really cool. Number 2, I think that this game makes a really fucked up statement about Christianity, because the idea was that while there are obviously other religions in the world, and this game doesn't state whether or not those were gods that were also here, right? You might be able to assume that, but this game doesn't definitively state yes or no if that is the case. But this game does state the idea that Christianity is based on, you know, Roman religion, right? You know, because it's like the next one in the sequence.
It's like all religions are based off of like each other, so inherently.
Well,
whatever,
in this
like,
particular sequence, sure, right? Egyptians was based on Sumerians, Greeks, Egyptians, Romans, Greeks, Christians, Romans, right? But he just said that now no one will be able to ascend to Elysium. But Elysium is the concept of heaven that Christians are so enamored with. So this game is like, oh yeah, by the way, totally not real.
You're not getting into heaven.
None of you are getting into heaven. Go fuck yourselves. You're all just delusional. You know what I mean? Which I thought that was like really interesting as well. And then how many silver tokens were originally made for this wager back in ancient Sumeria?
So like 2,000 something?
3,000.
Sorry?
3,000.
Are you guessing or do you remember?
That was the answer, right? 3,000?
Was it? I was pretty sure that it was 1,000.
I remember 2,000 now.
Let me.
Nice. All of us. Okay, guys, let's add them together. Take the average. We should be able to find the correct.
I thought one of you said, or maybe it's in the game, or one of you, I don't know, said that there were like 2,998 coins have already been distributed, and then there were 2 left, which was, what's his name, Al and you. So I was like, oh, okay, 2,998 plus 2 is 3,000.
Very nice. Okay, so
All right.
I remember him saying 2,000.
My point, whatever the number was, I guess I thought it was 1,000. Maybe I said it wrong earlier. Maybe it was 3,000. Maybe it was 10,000. Fuck it. Who cares? The point of what I was trying to say was that a thing that I thought was really fascinating about this game was that you'll notice that there were way more than like that number of coins that were just available. Ignoring the fact that you could bring money in from time loops, there was like 4,000 sitting in a chest, right? So that's already more than the 3,000 that we've already theoretically stated. So for one, it's a really interesting concept that just because most people who arrived in in the underworld only had the one coin on them, there are people that did arrive with a lot more. Examples of this are Dacius and Malleolus came in with fucking thousands of gold ahead of everybody else. You know what I mean? But however many, I thought it was 1,000, and I'm about to state why, because exactly as many tokens were made is how many gold statues are in the game, including the peeled ones in the palace and the mummies underground and stuff like that.
So there should technically be...
I thought it was 1,000 because I thought there was 1,000 gold statues. Like, that's what my understanding of the thing was. But that is something that they specifically designed into the game. The idea that there is not 1,000 gold statues. There is 1,000 minus the people who are currently alive in the Forgotten City, minus 2 for you and Al.
And minus the people who escaped?
No, because those tokens end up coming back.
Okay.
Right? So, like, Hercules, who made it out, the token that allowed him to go to the underworld came back eventually. So that's its own thing. And then finally, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to spoil this ending. We are not on Earth. I think that's pretty obvious. We're actually in a spaceship that's orbiting around the Earth.
That's the underworld?
Yes. So when somebody dies with one of these tokens, Charon literally grabs them, puts them in suspended animation, brings them to the spaceship, and the spaceship is made by, the denizens of Elysium. So you cannot die of old age there. So you remember there was that question that you ended up not asking of oh, so you're not immortal? The gods aren't immortal. They just have crazy advanced technology that makes them nigh immune from most sources of damage and disease. But it is literally possible that Hades could trip, fall, and break his neck.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
You better watch where you're walking.
So the people in the underworld are exactly as immortal as the gods that they worship, which I think is really interesting.
Okay.
So there you go. Those are the things before we get to move forward.
Now we are ready.
Yep.
Yes. Are you ready, Lawrence?
Hades over here just listening to the three of us discuss what just happened.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Yeah, now we're ready.
Farewell, mortal.
I think you can leave. Oh, never mind.
No, I can't move.
There you go. What was that?
I was thinking his head looks a little funny, but it's just your crosshair.
Going backwards.
So you did get an ending. We actually have a decent chunk of the game left. Like maybe about 20 to 40 minutes worth of content.
Al, you son of a bitch.
Go talk to him.
Don't?
I said go.
Talk to him.
Oh.
Hey, man.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
After all of that, hey, bud, I came to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Cyrus.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule.
Yeah, but
they believed that if
Karen
even one
here.
person sinned, An unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Sounds a bit far-fetched.
Yeah, man, these Romans are crazy.
I don't know.
No,
We'll pick something.
Let's tell him the truth, even though he won't believe us.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there, I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
That's the way that you would have escaped with Scintilla. The aqueduct, which leads out of this weird thing. I don't know.
Thing is, we're not on silk.
Well, you'll see in a second.
We back?
You're making your way back to the river where you started.
Yeah, because I'm assuming... Oh no, this is just side entrance. Yeah, this is the temple.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good
You
idea.
go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Look, his jaw doesn't move. Oh, Karen! I am coming to speak to you,
So
Karen.
in all of the endings, no matter what, you come back and do this sequence. Obviously, the stuff that Al Worth tells you changes depending on what you actually did in the game. But there's something special because you did the true ending.
There you are, Karen. Or maybe not Karen. I don't know.
Karen.
Oh, Karen.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered you're a fraud, Karen.
You're a fraud.
Ah, I see.
Okay.
Well, now you know.
Honestly,
Suppose
hot.
you have questions.
Nice.
Hot? I got a little less
What do you
hot
mean?
for
I
me.
already know who this person is.
You can just call me Charon if you like. I am sorry.
And I do like how Charon isn't a bad person. They're just doing their job. You know what I mean?
Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most
Why are you
people
still
find
here,
comfort in
Carol?
familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Fuck yeah.
I'm an
As you wish.
amnesiac. Okay.
You were murdered. You made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a single silver coin of ancient origin.
Oh, man.
You were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by 2 thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid.
Is that Al?
You both fought.
Dude, this is really cool because this is different than my ending.
And you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later.
Damn.
That man's name was Al Worth.
Oh, Al.
You
Oh, buddy Al.
a secret coin called Karen's Opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me
Hey,
distribute.
can I do something kind of crazy here?
My orders.
I
Can you wait for her to finish the message?
no, I'm gonna step out. You guys are gonna be completely on your own. I'm gonna step out because I gotta call Grant and Olivia.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
You still gonna be here in 20 minutes? Right.
I mean, I guess I can wait. It's fine. If we finish this and whatever, we'll figure it out. Okay, put a mention in my coin.
It means I am now bereft of purpose.
Yes, Karen, you
There
said
is
that.
nobody else to ferry here.
Okay.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al!
Nice.
It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe
he
what
looks.
we found.
Was he
The
looking
ruins of
this
a
damaged when he first saw him?
Yeah,
There
he
a
was
tablet
pretty
describing a
scruffed
warrior
up.
who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
I still like my initial statement of imagine the commute in a boat. I was just like, man, Charon must suck, because that's an actual commute.
Well, I mean, maybe you'll keep it a smooth commute.
Yeah, maybe there's not. I mean, there's probably not many boats to contend with, right? It's just a long. It's just a long river.
Doing their job for 5,000 years. I think they'll keep it as smooth as possible.
Yeah. Okay, let's go home.
Oh, she gave us a weird look.
She's like, oh.
1 year later. Hello, statue. Hello, not David. Interroma and Sumer.
Reception hall? This says the same thing I'm assuming? Yes?
You are assuming?
Assuming?
Hey, you made it.
Oh, it is.
He looks like Virgil now.
After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange.
They mentioned something like a flashlight.
Sorry I've been so
and,
cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
We're gonna take our time, brother. Do you mind if I grab some food? It's 5 p.m. and I haven't eaten lunch yet.
Go ahead. You're right, it's 5. I will chill here. Let me know when you're back. Actually, I could also take a bio break as we're waiting. I wonder what's in my inventory. Nothing. Okay, bio break.
Get ready to move in 3, 2. Go ahead. Unless you're also grabbing food. I did say, stream, that I would be taking over the stream. I said that like an hour or 2 ago. I told you, I was successful. Here I am. I'm at the end of the game, all by myself, on my lonesome, with some food.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I went to take a bio break. Okay.
I no longer have taken over the stream.
So I went around this and it has all of the things, like the podium, whatever it's called, obelisk.
Oh.
Oh. One seems to welcome, the other warns. Oh. It's super bright over there. Oh yeah, because of the...
Yeah, well,
makes sense.
Sunlight. Hello, fellow modern-day Hugh Galerius.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Nani?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us...
Bro, is that the priestess then? Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, they together?
You're with Equity.
You got no rules of chastity here?
I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
Bro, I'd love that. Count me in.
Where is my man? We're in.
Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria.
It's a lot
Got
of
a villa
coin.
on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Good
of
to
course,
see you.
There's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Crazy, man.
It's
Oh, that's Dooley sitting down. Hello!
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Did I never talk to her? I guess I didn't. Okay.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize
Excuse
you
me,
put
I was
me out
sneezing.
of
Had to grab tissue.
I'm just teasing.
No, it's fine.
Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and
Damn,
I are
Equity
engaged.
going out with that braless dress. Let's
Just bought a
go.
lovely villa in the countryside
Pretty.
with
Show
room
off.
for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Hey, very nice.
Very nice.
Hello, Dooley.
Dooley!
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house.
Nice.
They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now.
Is that a cell phone?
Galerius got me a box that tells stories.
Or a TV.
YouTube?
It's my favourite thing.
Story boxes are great, aren't they?
Yeah.
Maybe, or maybe it's a book. Maybe it could be that simple.
Bye-bye.
Another non-David statue.
Yep. After all, there's only one David.
Oh, military.
Camo. Peep the camo.
Hi there.
Actual David?
Hello.
No, wait, this is an Apollo statue.
Apollo.
Yeah.
I don't think David is gonna be here.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
I would say that haircut works today.
Yes.
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend.
I called it! I called it! I said, man, she's British.
She's British.
And what do you know?
Nice.
She's in London.
30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was.
30 times bigger.
Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed?
No,
And you
I
can
can only
travel almost
imagine.
anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable.
I've never ridden on a
Sorry,
Pegasus.
You already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
So I'm assuming it's been a year since I've seen them, yeah.
Yeah.
I really am.
To them,
Last I heard,
could it have been longer for them?
Malleolus kept
Or
insisting
no, they got
he was
teleported to
the
your
rightful
world, so
ruler of
never
the Roman
mind.
Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia,
Oh.
she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific
Sad.
way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude? Okay, I got no
Not
clue.
familiar.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Scheiden. Can I spell this?
Aurelia? Remind myself.
Ugh. Someone told me
Oh,
she
yes.
was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair.
Schadenfreude. A
Apparently,
pleasure
he
derived by
proposed before
someone
they'd even
from
met.
another
And
person's
last I heard,
misfortune.
she'd bought herself a
Okay.
first-class one-way ticket to join him in some
Do you remember who
exotic
Aurelia
place
was?
called- What was it? Nigeria? Some people
Aurelia?
have all the luck.
Yeah.
Starts with an O?
A.
Starts with an A. Never mind then.
Aurelia. Which one was Aurelia? God. Me and the names.
Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take
Oh, a
your word for
Nigerian
it.
prince.
I feel better already. Thank you.
Wait. What did she say about a Nigerian prince? Is she getting scammed?
No,
get to bars and
whoever the
drink wine
Aurelia
and
person
listen
was,
to the
like,
stories of the
yeah.
9 million
Last I
people
saw
who live
someone
there.
from flying to wherever. With
The
an
Nigerian prince?
prince, yeah, or something, yeah.
Again, is that a scam?
You're welcome.
Probably. Ja?
You are here.
It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone.
It's okay, I mean...
I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
I'm just gonna, continue to save people, even if it's like a little bit annoying, I guess.
Yeah, if it works, it works.
Someone post something in Discord? Oh. Okay, Zach just sent a message.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Okay, excuse me.
Hey.
Evening.
Roman shield. Nice. Hello.
Hello, military
Hi there,
man.
I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same.
Yeah, some things are kind of the same.
Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Ooh. Yeah.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode
become
behind
like
triumphant generals remind them
Like
they
a
are
poet.
mortal.
Yeah.
Remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks.
I'm glad you're coping.
And you. Farewell.
And this is this is
Waters?
the girl who was mean, the sister, mean sister.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple.
Yeah, this
She
I did
knew
not know.
right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me.
Alexa?
Because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld.
Damn.
Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves,
Okay.
if you ask me.
Now, the only thing is, right? He didn't just want to die, right? Sentius,
Yeah,
ultimately.
he wanted immortality.
So you
So
think
Zach is the opposite?
if Zach was put in this position, would he turn into someone like Sentius?
Probably.
That's pretty
It's
funny.
for immortality.
Yeah, immortality. He's like, yeah.
You too. See you around.
I was just like, immortality. Ha
Ha ha ha ha.
ha 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 ha. Oh, is this the old man?
Greetings.
Hey, dude!
Oh, the philosopher. He looks like a philosopher.
I'm happy for you, man.
Here you are. It's wonderful to see you.
Do you see the guy just lounging?
Yeah, what the hell?
In the back?
Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive.
Philip the philosopher.
And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
Catabasis.
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University.
You deserve to be there.
Helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. Aha! You remember that? I have to admit, I've been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicines, and a series of prosperous democracies. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still a way to go.
We'll get there one day.
I'm hoping, but
My sincere thanks once again.
I'm happy for this dude. He's like... Well, I guess he died as he was and stayed there.
Magnificent museum, is it not?
Georges, and don't forget the other woman's name.
Baker lady. Yeah, but I don't... Wait. Fabia.
Fabia.
Haha. Or Fabia, yes.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it.
Wait, he didn't talk to us like we were old friends. Is that because we never talked to him during the
I thought we did talk to him, but
I thought we talked to. I think we talked to Galerius, and then he solved everything.
The thing is, it's like, even before we talked to him, the first time we talked to him in the city, he's still like, hi, friend.
Yeah. I mean, he could just be doing that just to be friendly.
Yeah.
You too, my friend.
There you go.
Dude, Santorini. Sounds good.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how
Yeah, that's why we sent him.
crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you.
I'm assuming if we didn't do a bunch of stuff, right, she wouldn't, multiple people wouldn't be here, yeah.
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows and yoga.
Let's go!
What a time to be alive.
Memes.
Thank you. I really am. You too.
Oh, that's probably...
That's the...
Danaeus
Only
or-
one person would have the galls to do that.
Yeah, Decius. Please keep off the furniture! God. So,
Give me your shoes. I'll give you those Oxfords.
You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Decius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
Clear not. Yes. No need to thank me. It was entirely in
Such a
intent.
acerbic wit. I love it.
Uh-huh.
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now.
Well...
In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice.
A money man always recognizes where the money is.
On which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels,
Dogecoin.
tobacco,
You
gambling,
son of a
and art.
bitch.
What would you recommend?
Fossil fuel, all of these things are gonna go down.
I would help you if I could.
Don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Decius. I won't take no for an answer.
No, they're all lies. DVD rentals of a PlayStation.
I'm gonna have him invest in book.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I was
Really?
just thinking the same thing.
So I like book.
I go home and buy up as much
Oh, I
stock
thought
as
you wanted
can.
to fuck him over, but okay.
Well, no, I'm like, if any of these, because I don't know, printed media may just be newspapers, right? I'm like, if I'm gonna have to force him to do anything, if I could just imagine he's helping books, I'll be happy.
Of course, don't let
But
me
it
keep you.
stocks, though.
Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Well, it's fine. Clearly, it's gonna fail anyway.
Good evening.
Olivia cleaned herself up.
Yeah. Octavia.
The Christian Gale.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, hello.
Gosh.
It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Yeah, there you go. She doesn't know who he is.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in
Nice.
Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber, not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a
Now she's
crisis
like,
counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want
Yeah.
to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Nice.
Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us.
Hell yeah, dude.
Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
hello?
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
I mean, we have no idea what Elysium is, but yeah.
It's definitely, where we are right now is definitely better than what they had.
Yes.
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until
Okay.
I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already
cool.
up to the 19th century,
Oh,
and
I
am
was about to say
quite enjoying the work of a
Poe.
fellow named Poe.
Man, Poe,
I think I may have
a
found
classic.
a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
Okay, I may have to go somewhere soon. I'm gonna
Pick up the pace a little bit.
pick up the pace.
All right.
Cool statue.
Are we gonna, is that
Archaeologist. I think he should be back by the time.
Carthosh or what's his name?
Kabash.
Kabash.
What's up?
What is up?
What an outfit he's
Anyone
wearing.
tombs lately, my friend?
I don't want to say.
I must say, I am ashamed of the way I acted when we first met. If I had known you would go on to confront and triumph over the tyrant masquerading as the
Well,
Lord of
thank you,
Silence,
sir, for not
would
blocking me.
You are most gracious. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here.
Thank you, sir.
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see that instead I have decided to follow the custom of your roots and backpack the world.
He's gonna be
It is a
traveling
great
around.
And I
Yeah,
spent
cool.
the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Nice.
Indeed. Thank you.
Very cool. Two more pair of people.
We meet again.
Oh, you get the full look. Okay.
Oh, I go
She
by
reminds you of
Gabriella
Karen now.
I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I
Might be
heard
that
my
same
own
hairdo.
name. And
I think so.
I wanted to say thanks, and no hard feelings, for leaving me in that cistern when you did. I know it must have been a difficult decision, but it was the right one. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful. I'm
wonderful.
so grateful to you for making sure he's
You're
try
welcome.
some of our very own.
I'd like some wine. Thank you.
I just imagine these people are telling you other things. They're like, yeah, can you pick it up a little bit?
Yeah.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
You saw me when I was running around, but sure.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to say
Yes.
the way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
Yes.
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think...
Yes.
So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way. Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine. Which,
yes,
and I,
wine.
Thank you.
Thank
too.
you.
Evening.
Okay.
Rufius and oh my god, both of y'all
Both of these
got
guys are
text showing off
Rufius.
their tight shirts.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, that's Virgil. That's Virgil to the right, I think.
Yeah.
You two, what did you say your name was? No.
Go by
Hi.
Rufus now. New start.
Rufus. Ah, that's yeah.
Oh, and
Yes.
what you did.
Yes,
Sorry,
your
I'm
rheumatism.
No good with.
True.
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Modern.
Great.
Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet.
He's gonna take him some time. That's fine.
Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good
Security
practice.
cameras. Maybe
Oh no,
he
he's
works
gonna
for
be
like I don't know an intelligence agency or something.
Yeah.
You too.
Netherlands. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Miracle. See, look, if we had archaeologists, right? I think it would have said the archaeologist insight.
Yeah.
It's so nice to finally meet you.
Thank you. I know.
I wanted to
Great.
thank you personally for
Thank you
for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get I'm studying to be an architect again and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting you natives of the 21st century.
Yeah.
You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands.
Thank you. Okay. Cool.
So much stuff.
God, my God, I'm feeling the pressure now. I seen this. Cool.
Guess you gotta take off at 6.
I don't know. I just gotta be told people are waiting on me. And then yeah. Cool. Egyptian.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we've already
All the
seen
PS1,
these. This is the ones, yeah. Reminds me of some of my stuff.
Excuse me? Your stuff?
Oh,
Do you own the Greek
no,
collection?
there's like some Persian stuff that has this
that's
in
what
it.
you mean by your stuff. I thought you meant like there's one
No.
of these laying around in your apartment.
No.
Or house or mansion. I don't know. I'm gonna assume mansion. You got your giant setups.
Oh, look at that. Very cool.
Quantum moon.
Quantum moon. Oh, there he is.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more
did.
person I wanted
A
to introduce you to.
Too big.
Did he marry Karen?
Oh, it's
Sorry if I frightened
Persephone.
you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Persephone, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people And me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of
Yeah,
life
so
and
she still had
after
power.
witnessing Pluto punish countless poor
And she's the goddess of
souls over
renewal, so it made
thousands of
sense.
years. I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance.
Thank you. It's good.
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. And Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld.
Oh.
Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was. But I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again.
Well, I guess she's just taken over.
Will. One day.
That's very ominous.
And you. Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and
How
one last
ominous, or maybe
thing.
she's just like, yeah.
Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Is that all the people?
Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Oh,
As
wow.
the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Is that what the statue of a regular pro? Is that supposed to be us?
I guess. Oh, wow.
Ending of 4 out of 4. Oh, so they literally have categorized it. Cool.
And clearly showing here that 4 is the hardest.
Oh, tap. Continue. Here we go. We're at the end.
Mono storyteller, you're a statue in the ship.
I see you guys
you're a
finished.
statue
I'll be
in the
right with
ship.
you.
Yeah, I will have to leave. So,
Very.
Please.
Very. I mean, you can buy like a minute.
by like a minute, I know.
Thoughts on the game, quick.
I very much enjoyed it. Of course, I tend to overthink things a little, so like there were some stuff where I could tell like it wasn't that type of game, right? But when you tell me like you gotta be careful of like how you speak to people, I'm like, okay. Like super careful to the nth degree.
Were you careful for this game in particular, or is it just the normal way of how you play?
No, I think it was because like I was told like you have to be careful what you say. That I was like hyper vigilant versus like other games. Normal vigilant, yeah. Storytelling was super interesting. It did link together in like a really interesting way. God, first person sucks for me. I saw like that was the only like struggle. But yeah, I'm glad like we were like I think we figured out some of it. Like I think along the way, like the golden rule is what you decide it is, you know, kind of.
We did, yeah, we kind of established that kind of early on, right? When we were trying to guess what it was.
We did not catch Karen though. Karen slipped through our fingers until we figured out it was Karen.
Not only did it slip through our fingers, but we grabbed it again and it slipped again, because before we found that out, we were just like, man, what's the name of the ferryman again? Charon.
Yeah, Charon.
Anyways, to the next conversation.
Yeah, to the next thing, yeah. So that was super interesting. The idea of like civilization on top of civilization on top of civilization. That stuff was interesting. Whether or not that's like right or wrong is like different, I guess. At least in relation to gods, right? I guess if from like a god's perspective, if they're being worshipped, it doesn't matter who calls them what, you know? But yeah. Historical stuff. What about you, Lawrence? You followed me along this time. Let me know your complaints, frustrations about how I played.
I mean, we already established some of the complaints was like you were being a little too careful with some of the dialogue. To the point where it's like, should I go left or should I go right? And you start getting a little too nervous. I was like, no, it's just left or right.
Just the game. Lawrence, but you don't get it. The game's in my brain.
It's apples or oranges. There's no.
But I like pomegranate.
There's no crazy answer there, so I thought that was fine. You did the quote unquote horror / action segments perfectly fine. Of course, you were nervous about it, and you have every right to. So I just wanted you to know that you did good. You did well
I'm
on
glad.
that.
But I'm hoping this doesn't convince you that I could suddenly play Alien Isolation.
Listen,
no.
We'll get there. One day. But I don't know. I thought you were fine, especially since we were partners in crime when we did Cuphead. So I was like, you could.
Yeah. It's the first person thing. Like I said, as long as I'm not in first person, I have an easier time.
It's not a Call of Duty either, so
true.
The combat wasn't like super intense.
Yeah. How'd you like the story then?
Story? It was. I gotta say, I liked it. I should have known that it was aliens, man.
Hello, I'm back.
That's usually my answer for these kinds of the gods are real. I'm like, is it aliens? Please tell me it is. For some reason, it just didn't cross my radar.
Yeah.
I'd say not full-on aliens, just because they look human and.
That's true. I forgot that there's like
gods. There's still aliens in a planet called Elysium.
Maybe the gods of today are known as aliens.
Sure.
Well, in theory, Yahweh or whatever, like the true name of the Christian God, I don't is he an alien or is he just like a concept that was created? You know what I mean?
Who knows? But me and Lawrence have discussed this already, Zach. I kind of have to go, but do you have any last questions?
I just wanted
Tom Holland, excuse me?
Tom Holland?
Oh yeah, look at that. Tom Holland's in here.
What? What did he do?
I have no idea.
Voice acting Tom Holland? I don't know.
Obviously, I missed the entirety of you guys going through the museum, so I'm really sorry about that.
But it's fine. We were going a little fast at the end.
Towards the end. It's fine, but as you say to us, you can watch the VOD, Zach.
Sure, but I did want to, just as a quick thing, because I know that you said that you need to go. So I'm hoping that I can squeeze out maybe like 8 minutes. But how did you guys like Forgotten City? I think that in retrospect, we definitely should have pushed this off to next Sunday instead of trying to squeeze this into an extra 2 hours of an already 4-hour stream. That was definitely not the right decision. I'm really sorry about that. I forgot because I'm thinking about it and you had only 3 things left to do. You know what I mean? I just forgot that the entire true ending is all voice acting just from floor to ceiling. So I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, how did you guys like Forgotten City?
It was good.
It was good. I liked it. Story was pretty solid. Managed to keep track of most of the characters, not all of them.
I did some. Yeah, who was Aurelia?
Aurelia was the tavern keeper.
Thank you. Okay, that makes much more sense now.
How come we never saw her in the ending?
Because she's the one. She went off with the Nigerian prince or whatever. Yeah, that was her.
She goes off with the Nigerian prince. Malleolus and Claudia, I believe, come to the modern world, immediately get divorced, and then live horrible, wretched lives. You know what I mean?
Because Claudia drunk herself trying to get back to the underworld.
And then Malleolus is a psych ward something. Yeah.
Right, because he has a fucking very severe case of whatever delusions of grandeur. What did you guys do to Dacius? Because Dacius has a fucking shit zillion dollars, right? What did you tell him to invest in?
I told him to invest in printed stuff because I was like, that's the closest thing to books, and that's probably what I would like.
Sure.
I told her to fuck him over and invest in
all of them were
rentals.
a lie. Clearly, I think they were talking about newspapers or something, so it would have declined anyway.
Newspapers or magazines, print media, right?
Yeah, printed media.
So yeah. All of the options are to fuck him over, but you get to pick the one, and it's fun.
The one that's personal.
Personal.
I really, really, really enjoy the true ending of the game. For the most part, the way that the normal endings work, like endings 1 through 3, is you either shoot Sentius, blah, 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 you do all this stuff. You meet Al, Al gives you like a brief summary of what you did. You go back to Charon, and then Charon he doesn't do the eye thing. Charon just, you know, takes you to the credits, essentially. That's it. There's no special thing afterwards. But then in the true ending, you get the whole thing with the museum, and you get to see, like, I think, like, I don't know, it's such a wonderful thing, because it's literally like the best possible ending it could have been. Like, I would theoretically argue that you could have a better ending by having all humanity go to Elysium, so they're all immortal and stuff like that. But, you know, that's pulling hairs. The idea that, like, every person that you talk to throughout the entire course of the game is a character who gets to live in the modern world, and they're all doing really well. That's all great. And then at the very end, after you're done talking to Proserpina, you look over the railing, and all fucking 900 whatever people from throughout history are there, and they're all, like, chill, and everybody's super happy because, you know, you saved all of them. And it's like, dude, that's awesome. That's so good.
Yeah, that was cool. I think the statue in the middle was supposed to be us too, because it was just a guy wearing jeans and a t-shirt.
Well, because it should have been an ancient Greek statue, right?
Well,
right?
No,
but I mean, like, the statue itself should have been like marble, right? Like, as if it was like an old Greek statue.
It was like silverish, I think I remember, like a stone. So probably.
Okay, something like that. But yeah. Anyway. I guess the last thing that I can ask is, did they get you with the little joke of Proserpina whispering in your ear?
I was wondering about that. I was surprised. I was like, "Hey, she's actually here."
Because the joke was supposed to be that she's been whispering in your ear the whole game, and this time she whispers behind you, and you turn around and it's her. She's here. I don't remember. Because I can't remember. Was Navia and Galatea there in the museum?
No.
You like in the hallway where you're talking to the individual people,
no.
they weren't there?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so, no.
Because I couldn't remember if that was the case, and I think that was one of the things, now I'm thinking about it, where I was a little disappointed, because I would have loved to have seen, because Galatea was a real, well, her name wasn't Galatea, obviously, but, like, she was a real person, and that would have been really nice to see that now that everybody's back and everybody's okay, Navia and Galatea would have been together. That would have been really nice.
That would have been cool, yeah.
Anywho, that was Forgotten City. Went super long. This is like a fucking 6-hour stream by accident. My room is sweltering hot because the light's been on for way too long and stuff. But excellent work, everybody. Saba, you did a very good job with this playthrough. Lawrence, you were very patient with some of our sass along the way. So this was really good.
I could make a 4-hour compilation of the both of y'all sass going back and forth. It's like, oh man.
I'm gonna take away from this the fact that I juked that 3-4 statues, and that's what I'll take away as my golden
That was really
moment.
good. You could probably clip that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go back to it and clip it. So anyway, Friday, assuming that, like, I hope Lawrence will be there, but we're going to be starting our playthrough of Wonderful 101, which is a very, story-based thing, so I don't know if we're going to be doing as much banter, but it's going to be pretty fucking hype, because it's a platinum game, obviously. And then Sunday, Lawrence is going to be taking controls of the Sexy Brutale.
Oh, I should brush up myself on the Sexy Brutale, yeah, so I can be helpful.
Coming Sunday? That's Mother's Day. I'm gonna be unavailable.
Oh, is Sunday Mother's Day?
That's true.
That is
I forgot.
True.
Oh,
I totally forgot about that.
I remember I was saying I'm going to be busy on Saturday because of Mother's Day. And I asked if you wanted to take it off or not.
That's a good point, because we're not going to run out of Sundays. We're going to run out of Fridays and Saturdays, but not Sundays. So in that case, I guess, yeah, you know what? It's a holiday. It's better than, like, Easter or whatever. So
true. So then next Sunday, Lawrence.
So next Sunday. Sure. All right. Good night, everybody.
Goodbye.
Good night, all.